I don't care what they say, I'm more than they can take. But they don't see the struggle in my mind, and I just think of stopping all the time, but I can't. I'll make my journey through the hellfire, I'll just tear down another empire. Never hold me back, hold me back, 'cause I'm a juggernaut. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut. Whatever it takes, wherever it takes me, I'm never gonna stop, no, no. Whatever it takes, wherever it takes me, I'm never gonna stop, no, no. Whatever it takes, wherever it takes me, I'm never gonna stop, no, no. Whatever it takes, whatever it takes me, I'm never gonna stop, no, no. I'm never gonna stop, no, no. I'll make my journey through the hellfire, I'll just tear down another empire. Never hold me back, hold me back, 'cause I'm a juggernaut. Whatever it takes, wherever it takes me, I'm never gonna stop, no, no. Whatever it takes, wherever it takes me, 'cause I'm a juggernaut. I can't help myself, and I really wanna show you that I wanna get to know you. Believe what I told you, and I can't help myself. When I look into your eyes, I see you don't wanna fight. There's no need to stop trying, because I'll never give up on you, even if that's what you want me to do. Give me a chance, 'cause I know I can prove, baby, the last thing I want is to lose you. And I can feel the pain inside of us, and I know I can change for your love. Oh baby, I don't mind, 'cause your love's so hard to find. I wanna make it right. Every last bit of my heart I give to you. Yeah, we can call it a second chance for love, and I know I need every single moment with you, 'cause I finally found the one that makes me feel at home. And so I'll never give up on you, even if that's what you want me to do. Give me a chance, 'cause I know I can prove, baby, the last thing I want is to lose you. And I can feel the pain inside of us, and I know I can change for our love. Oh baby, I don't mind, 'cause your love's so hard to find. I wanna make it right. Every last bit of my heart I give to you, and I'm sorry that I had to leave you waiting. You deserve more than I ever gave you. You can fall into my arms, yeah, I promise I can change for your love. Oh baby, I don't mind, 'cause your love's so hard to find. I wanna make it right. Every last bit of my heart I give to you. Oh control. Start listening to my soul. Overlooking back. Where's the point in that? And it feels good, so good. Coming back again, rising up above fear and this pain, letting go of memories, knowing they can't define me. Rising up above feels good. Starting to believe what will be, will be. Overlooking back. Where's the point in that? And it feels good, so good. Coming back again, rising up above fear and this pain, letting go of memories, knowing they can't define me. Rising up above feels good. It feels good. It feels good. It feels good. It feels so good. And it feels good, so good. Coming back again, rising up above fear and this pain, letting go of memories, knowing they can't define me. Rising up above feels good. I won't give you up. My heart's beating up. Give me your love. Just lose your mind. And you can have all my love when this is over. I'll trust you with my life when this is over. Need you here by my side when this is over. So stay with me. I won't give you up. Let me pull you closer. My heart's beating up. Feel it taking over. Give me your love till the night is over. Take my hand and trust in me. Just lose your mind. Just lose your mind. We faced every demon within. We fight every battle and win. Now we're much stronger than before. trying for too long, but they could never stop me. They could never stop me. Don't they know that I'm too strong? Nothing's gonna stop me. Nothing's gonna stop me. So don't get in my way. The dams are about to break. I don't care what they say. I'm more than they can take. But they don't see the struggle in my mind. And I just think of stopping all the time, but I can't. I'll make my journey through the hellfire. I'll just tear down another empire. Never hold me back, hold me back. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut. Determination on my side. Nothing's gonna stop me. Nothing's gonna stop me. They're telling me to run and hide, but they could never stop me. They could never stop me. So don't get in my way. The dams are about to break. I don't care what they say. I'm more than they can take. But they don't see the struggle in my mind. And I just think of stopping all the time, but I can't. I'll make my journey through the hellfire. I'll just tear down another empire. Never hold me back, hold me back. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut. Stop, no, no. Whatever it takes, wherever it takes me. I'm never gonna stop, no, no. Whatever it takes, wherever it takes me. I'm never gonna stop, no, no. Whatever it takes, whatever it takes me. I'm never gonna stop, no, no. I'm never gonna stop, no, no. I'll make my journey through the hellfire. I'll just tear down another empire. Never hold me back, hold me back. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut. Whatever it takes, whatever it takes me. I'm never gonna stop, no, no. Whatever it takes, whatever it takes me. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut. I can't help myself, and I really wanna show you that I wanna get to know you. Believe what I told you, and I can't help myself. When I look into your eyes, I see you don't wanna fight. There's no need to stop trying, because I'll never give up on you, even if that's what you want me to do. Give me a chance, 'cause I know I can prove. Baby, the last thing I want is to lose you. And I can
stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
Pag pinanghihinaan na tayo ng loob, where do we go? We go where our power lies. With Go Plus 99. 8 gigs for all sites, plus 8 gigs for our favorite apps. Let's own the future with Globe Prepaid.
lose your mind. And you can have all my love when this is over. I'll trust you with my life when this is over. Need you here by my side when this is over. So stay with me, I won't give you up. Let me pull you closer. My heart's beating up, fear to taking over. Give me your love till the night is over. Take my hand and trust in me. Just lose your mind. Just lose your mind. Just lose your mind. Just lose your mind.
They've been trying for too long, but they could never stop me. They could never stop me. Don't they know that I'm too strong? Nothing's gonna stop me. Nothing's gonna stop me. So don't get in my way. The dams are about to break. I don't care what they say. I'm more than they can take. But they don't see the struggle in my mind. And I just think of stopping all the time. But I can't. I'll make my journey through the hellfire. I'll just tear down another empire. Never hold me back, hold me back. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut. Determination on my side. Nothing's gonna stop me. Nothing's gonna stop me. They're telling me to run and hide, but they could never stop me. They could never stop me. So don't get in my way. The dams are about to break. I don't care what they say. I'm more than they can take. But they don't see the struggle in my mind. And I just think of stopping all the time. But I can't. I'll make my journey through the hellfire. I'll just tear down another empire. Never hold me back, hold me back. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut.
Count that big bang.
Double kill turns to three. The team shooting. Take him down, he don't have the damage. SBTC.
一个送直接送起来。
We are finally here, ladies and gentlemen. The final day, the grand finals of the WCSPH. Today, we crown a new champion of the Philippine region. Today, we find out who gets that first-class ticket to represent the region in the WCS finals. And that much closer to getting on the world stage. Mika Fabs here with Autolus and Crazy Apple. Gentlemen, At the very top of the season, we, all the WCS talents, were asked to predict who would be our grand finals, which two teams would be here today. I am happy to report, although I know a lot of voted for FENNEL Adversity, but nobody got this matchup right. On the loose, this is pretty chaotic, and I love it.
Exactly. Like no one even attempted to guess for RQ, and for the reasons being that they are number 5, right? We go by the numbers. We study the games before we submit our predictions, and RQ really did step it up. I know that patch 3.1 and patch 3.1a really worked wonders in favor of RQ, but we could not really take away the experience that RQ has over the competition right now, cementing themselves as the best 2 teams here in the Philippines.
Yeah, and Crazy Apple, you joined me in getting none of the teams in the grand finals, correct?
Yeah.
What do you have to say for yourself?
Well, I just didn't have enough faith in these teams, and they just really showed up, especially RRQ. And I know someone else who made right predictions. Shout outs to Chisto. He tweeted it out before the playoffs started that it was an RRQ versus FLA grand finals, and he has it here today. And yeah, we're both wrong, Mika, but at the same time, I'm definitely happy to see
to
it.
our defense, Crazy Apple. Chisto tweeted the predictions, if I'm not mistaken, after the teams were whittled down to 4. He did not tweet out the predictions when
so
it
there
was
was a
still
50%. There's already a 50%, chance.
Yeah. Okay, then that's a bit of a
Let's jump into our series highlights. Oh my gosh. Prod is asking right now. I'm just gonna say this and share this. Prod is asking, can I confirm your prediction? I do not want to predict this series. I am so... Okay, but I'm gonna throw this to the series highlights right now. I know yesterday was very intense on the loose because the stakes were so high. I don't want to predict.
Yeah, well, I won't blame you if you don't want to predict. But predicting for FENNEL Adversity would actually do you wonders just because of this plays that they are doing. You can see that overall, FENNEL Adversity really chooses their fight. Average kill count is a single digit when they were battling against UDG, and they really made UDG adjust their playstyle to them. An elevation or an improvement that we did not saw coming, heading into the season. But with the right pieces and with the right decisions plus right coaching, they are able to really get over the hump that has been haunting them over the past couple of months. But we could see here in the highlights that Doming is still being Doming, stealing dragons left and right, and you could also see the mastery of Doming on this Rengar. He could not really sleep soundly and recall in unsafe spots because his thrill of the hunt will definitely smell the opposing team. And that's what they did, right? Choose their fights wisely. Rengar's thrill of the hunt allows them to have that extra vision that really catapults them to have the team fight in their favor. So overall, FLA, good job against UDG, but now they will be against another formidable opponent in RQ.
Yeah, RRQ has just really shown up here in the playoffs, and I believe they have been the underdogs for almost every playoff series they have gone into, especially here going against Grind Sky. I had also my hopes up here for Grind Sky, but it was just really RRQ all the way. The first game you saw right there earlier on, it was the Garen, and it was just really having a lot of armor. But the biggest highlight for me in that series was Helios showing us this full AP Rakan. Right? We never expected it to show up in pro play, but he was able to show it up here, and that just adds a layer now into the draft phase. It's gonna make it so hard for FLA coming into the series that RRQ has so many flex champions. They have the Ribbon, they have the they have the Rakan, they also have the Set, the Renekton, that they can just swing around to mostly the lanes that have really been carrying them throughout this season. Devil J, Chaz, Helios, Marky, has also been carrying them very often on these AP champions. And you could say he doesn't really have as much flex, but still, it allows him now to have a lot of this AP champions that he wants to pick open up for him just because of how flexible other picks are. And the highlights that you're seeing right here now, it has been from the series yesterday. Again, another series where they were the underdogs. Team Underground was taken down by FLA here, but it was really RRQ just controlling the paces of the game. And one thing that I want to see today and also have my eyes on is again Helios.
Oh, man.
Helios, right?
Cheat
It's
code.
just he was unleashed yesterday, right? Autolus. He just showed that he is the best mid laner, and also he got MVP in every game they won. And I'm just super excited to see Helios today.
Yeah, and we know that the circumstances didn't exactly favor Team Underground since, of course, the big roster shuffle coming into the playoffs too. We really have to commend that. Despite everything going haywire for this team, they still managed to place third in the whole Philippines. That is no small feat. That is pretty incredible. And congratulations to them for making such an impact, of course, in the WCS. And I just want to say,
Yep.
exactly 1 week ago, in the matchup between RRQ and Oasis Gaming, I slipped and I said that RRQ were the champions. I'm just saying. Then,
Profit.
Coach Kaigu PM'd me and said, "Oh, okay. I guess we have to be champions now."
Ooh.
So I'm just saying. I'm like, okay. When I saw the results from yesterday, I was like, okay, I feel like there's something else here. But something else, of course, would be backed by all of our sponsors, because this amazing event would not have happened without all of them, especially PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country, together with Riot Games.
And we would also like to acknowledge our official mobile partner, Xiaomi, since day number 1, right? The hashtag Redmi Note 11 is equipped with 90Hz AMOLED dot display, making it possible for you to experience powerful and responsive gaming. Less waiting time with 33 watts pro fast charging enabled by the all-new MMT technology, and a 6nm Snapdragon 680 for high performance while improving battery life. More information about the Redmi Note 11 is available at the Xiaomi Philippines Facebook page.
And you can have the best time in the Rift with Globe Prepaid's Go Plus 99. Get wild with 7 days of 8 gigs data for all gaming apps, 8 gigs of data for all sites, and only all net text. So you can always be prepared to take up the challenge in the Wild Rift. Just download the new Globe One app right now to register. And of course, this tournament is under the supervision of the Games and Amusement Board. Thank you very much for supporting us from day one of the WCSPH. And we have something very special for our audience. Yes, that yummy giveaway is still ongoing. You can grab an exclusive PPGL gaming chair and just the same mechanics as last week. Just post a photo of yourself watching the PPGL WCSPH playoff stream. Explain in your caption why you love watching the WCSPH playoffs and which team you're rooting for. You only have 2 choices today, of course. Make sure that your post is public with the official PPGL hashtags, hashtag PPGL and hashtag PPGL Wild Rift. The entries with the best caption will win this exclusive PPGL gaming chair, and the winner will be announced on April 11 via PPGL's Facebook page at facebook.com/PPGLGG. That is tomorrow. Congratulations in advance, by the way, to all of the winners. And I just wanna ask, this is out of curiosity, PPGL gaming chair. This is a really random question, but since it's the last day, I might as well throw it out there. Otolus, how do you play Wild Rift? Like, what is your most comfortable position?
Whoa there.
What is your most comfortable position playing Wild Rift? Like, if you had that PPGL gaming chair, how would you
I mean, I have to be honest, right? It's laying at my back, resting, and that is when my chair allows me to do it, right? Slouching and all that. But also, one fun fact is that I play better when I'm in my bed. I just play, doing that. I don't think I will ever be a pro player anymore because I need a bed to perform better.
You'll be the only one there out of the 5th member with a bed instead of a chair. Crazy Apple, what about you? You're not getting away from this.
Okay. For me, I sit cross-legged on my chair, and I just hunch over and play like this. You should see
smallest
just
possible
like that.
volume.
Yeah, the smallest
concentrating into the game.
And I just get very comfy and cross my leg and put usually my hands on my cross leg. So after playing, the feeling of like your leg is numb.
Yeah.
That's what I always get after a while.
Yeah, cramps in the legs. I actually favor lying down on my belly. And of course, I used to be a dancer before, so it gets really weird sometimes. But yes, I favor lying down on my belly. But like always, I need a bed. I need
Exactly.
A bed. Yeah.
Right. So, I mean, if ever we will have a live event and it will be Rika versus Autolus, we need 2 beds.
We're on the beds. Wouldn't that be fun? Wouldn't that be fun? But we know that this season is coming to an end. But that doesn't mean that the Wild Rift action stops, whether you're on the chair or you're on the bed, because FSL Wild Rift Open 2 is back. FSL Wild Rift Open 2 is an all-female tournament for Wild Rift and aims to empower women gamers through competitive gaming. Registrations have already started, by the way, and they will be ending soon on April 13. You can sign up as an individual or as a team. The tournament is happening from April 18 all the way to April 21st, 2022. For more info on the tournament, check out the FSL Mobile Games Facebook page, fb.com/FSL Mobile Games. And of course, you guys, we are now down to our grand finals. And I can't believe that, this again is pretty crazy. I know we have always pegged, RRQ to be sort of like an underdog. And I remember this from the fall season that Coach Kaigo actually likes it when they're the underdogs, because like, yeah, sure, don't expect anything from us, and we're just, ready to surprise you all. And I just want to read out, by the way, what Kingmaker from RRQ posted from last night. He posted a series of quotes that have been said about RRQ. Not by anyone specifically, but like general comments, even from us on the panel. Those sound very familiar indeed. So one is, malakas lang sa scrims, which means like they're only strong in scrims. Malakas sa group stage, choker sa playoffs, which means that they're only strong in the group stage, but when it comes to playoffs time, they tend to choke. Pang top 6 lang sa PH ranking, which means that, they're probably in the top 6, but they might not get to the very top. And an inconsistent super team. I just have to say, as we get into our grand finals, ladies and gentlemen, just having all that in the background, that nobody, not even any of us here on the talent pool, thought that RRQ would make it this far is a pretty impressive statement. And as we get into it, FENNEL Adversity versus RRQ. Autolus, FENNEL Adversity. This is, FENNEL Adversity up against a team. Oh, a very, very beautiful trophy, by the way.
That's a nice trophy.
FENNEL Adversity, they're up against a team that is carrying an international banner in the grand finals. We've seen this before, haven't we? We've actually seen something like this before. FENNEL Adversity, they might be in the same position, but this is a far more frightening opponent, I think. And not the same FENNEL Adversity either.
Yeah, definitely. Looking back, FENNEL Adversity's journey last year is all about progression. This year, it's now about consistency and discipline. But the huge thing for me is that their improvement never stopped. When the season started, FENNEL decided to go all in by getting 3 new players, 2 in the Baron lane and 1 in the mid lane, and they also have 2 new coaches. This changes, when looked at individually, is side grade at best. However, collectively, it is what they needed to become even better. As a result of this improvement, the Protect Danny identity of FENNEL has now evolved into multiple compositions that they can now play. In the current meta that features more of the side laners, FENNEL now has assassins in the mid lane, and they can also rely on Calm's steady presence in the Baron lane to win games for them. Now, looking back at their group stage record against RQ, they're tied, right? So here are my 3 keys to victory in order for FENNEL Adversity to grab hold of that trophy. Number 1, ban the Riven. The champion can be flexed by 3 players of RQ, and it is too problematic to think about during the drafting phase, so just might as well not let it slip. Number 2, bait the Zed or the Akali and go for a counter pick. Qeon has a winning matchup against Zed and is a staple pick for FENNEL. Also, do not forget that Doming and Raph has champions that can really crowd control these assassins to death. And for my number 3, I will focus on our solo player highlight, Arise. Well, Arise, he needs to slow down Helios, period. In the 4 games Helios played yesterday, Crazy Apple did mention that he got 4 MVPs in a row. Arise is no stranger to the big stage. In fact, he had multiple finals appearances already back when he was battling NXP's Chule. What a throwback. He has been many viewers' Lodi since year 0 of Wild Rift, and now he is one series away from being crowned as the WCSPH champion. Arise's most picked champion is his Zed, but do not forget his Akshan and his Graves and even his Diana. Pocket picks that could result in game-changing drafts for FLA. One task left for Arise. One series left for the Filipino Emperor in the mid lane. We will see his matchup against Helios in a bit.
This is the second chance for FENNEL Adversity to grab that championship. Again, they have been in this position before. It was up against Team Secret last time, but now they are up against RRQ. And let's talk about the team that has completed the lower bracket run. They took a tumble to the lower bracket on the first day of the playoffs. They took the scenic route, and now they are finally looking oh so good here, Crazy Apple, on the final day of the WCSPH.
Right. I couldn't agree more with what you said there, Mika. This is a team that has defied all expectations so far here in the WCS. They started this season with a bit of a rocky start, you could say, because of the multiple role changes that happened with them, especially with the veteran player that is Exocet. Starting off with the mid lane, went to top, and eventually settling in that support position where he's now thriving on. Still, that did not stop them to get here today. They started things off in the 5th spot in our playoffs, but at the first round drop, as you mentioned, Mika, to the lower bracket. They were taken down by Team Secret. But ever since being taken down to the lower bracket, they have kept eliminating teams. And they have eliminated 2 teams that I thought would be in our top 2 today, which are Grind Sky Esports and Team Underground. And yeah, this team has been winning a lot. There's a lot of highlight players, but let's not forget, this team is still an all-star roster. Devil J, Chaz, Helios, Marky, and Exocet. They're a mix of hardened veterans from Wild PC and very experienced Wild Rift players, and they'll definitely be looking to take the mantle of champion today. With that in mind, I also have my own 3 keys to victory here for RRQ. And that is, first, get winning lanes for Devil J and Helios. This is also similar to Autoluse's keys to victory for them from yesterday's series, and I think this still remains here in the series against FLA. This will allow them to have early scuttle control, which will force Doming to play a lot more defensively, and that also goes into which will be my third key to victory later on. But for the second key to victory, it would be prioritize the Rift Herald. FLA thrives in games where they get to slow things down in the mid game. And if you were able to take Rift Herald control early, you can take down towers. And that would minimize the map and accelerate the pace of the game. Third, minimize early game losses. FLA is really, really good at getting an early lead and just holding on to that and win the game from there. So what can RQ do? Just don't let FLA get those wins, get those winning lanes, and prioritize the Rift Herald so that it can go into that. And with these 3 things in mind, I believe that RRQ is ready and can be able to defy expectations once again to become the champions of our region. And I think that will all culminate to our solo player highlight. If Arise was on FLA, Helios is here for RRQ, who has gotten 4 MVPs yesterday with very great performances. This guy has shown that he is not only the main carry, he can also play utility with that Rakan mid, and that is so dangerous when you're going into these pick and ban phases. Before, it feels like you can just ban out Devil J's champions, you can ban out the Zed, the Riven, and that would minimize the strength of RRQ. But with the addition of the Rakan, with the addition of these of Camille being a very prominent pick right now with the current patch, I feel like RRQ can just will have a chance to take this series, and Helios would be the main driving force if he's able to get some of his main champions.
Oh yeah, he is undeniable when he is in-game. And just yesterday, I believe that we basically called him the best mid laner in the Philippine scene right now. And going into this head-to-head, it's going to be really interesting. This is going to be so crucial. And Autolus, I want to get your thoughts on this. This is probably the most crucial matchup that we have right now in the WCSPH.
Exactly, and that's because the last time that these two gentlemen met, Helios was toying Arise in the mid lane. He dealt multiple solo kills, not just in the mid lane, but also after they transition onto the side lane post 4 minutes. And that's the thing about this matchup. If Arise could slow down Helios and force RRQ to have a different win condition, not rely on Helios, things will go better for FLA. But if RRQ, and if you are a fan of RRQ, you want Helios to go Ultra Instinct and just destroy Arise again in this best of 7. Looking at the numbers though, kill participation wise, it's really leaning towards Helios. Also the damage per minute, gold per minute. And I think the only advantage that Arise has right now is that minute 0.1 in the KDA. So yeah, in terms of the matchup, Helios is really better, but Arise has the tools to at least control or slow down Helios.
Yeah, he just has to hold the door at this point.
Right. I just want to say though, it's also a very different system between the two teams. We have seen RRQ have a lot of these more independent ways of going about the map. You see Helios doing these 1v1s. You also see them having these 2 to 3 man roaming units. Unlike FLA, they just hold on to things and then wait to get those mid to late game team fights that they could thrive on and win. And that's why he has a slight KDA lead. And if you look at the kill participation, you really know that Helios is the one who pushes things.
Yep.
I think here in this series, it's gonna really be a battle of the systems. Who can edge things out? If Helios can rise above and have a great read on FLA, how they play things out, they can just shut down Arise. But on the other hand, if FLA can have that good read on how RRQ roams around the map, they can just stop RRQ in their track. So it's really going to be a battle of two different systems here.
That's right. And as you guys mentioned, historically, the odds seem to favor Helios over here. But we also have to remember that FENNEL Adversity has come from a break. They could have used, yesterday to really regroup and to really do their homework on RRQ. By the way, I hope RRQ has a brand new table. I did see that very chaotic post-game interview. I hope they have a brand new table. But I think it was just like overjoyed, of course, all of the emotions as the stakes were very, very high yesterday. The stakes, by the way, today are, of course, equally high because we are crowning our champion. And it is down to these two teams and our panel predictions. I didn't want to do this. Can I just say, I really, out of all of the possible predictions, I did not want to do this. I waited until the very last minute because this is so difficult to predict. And I think we can pull them up right now, though. I think they're ready. Oh, I cringe.
Okay.
And there we have it. We have Oculus with FENNEL and myself and Crazy Apple favoring RRQ. Oculus, will go with you first.
Okay. Again, I don't expect the solo kills to happen once again, especially against FENNEL Adversity. They will be more careful in the draft this time. They know that with Calm in the top lane, being able to hold his own against Devil J, that's a win condition that they could also play around with. Yesterday, we saw UDG have multiple problems even during the draft. They don't really have a reliable Fiora player in where they will be willing to leave open, because even Doming plays Fiora for themselves. So now it comes down, Crazy Apple is right, it's the battle between the two systems. Will we see FENNEL Adversity go for a marksman composition? Because so far they have been playing Danny on the Morgana, just layering crowd control over crowd control. And it's also about the team fights for FENNEL Adversity. It's not that they are avoiding team fights, it's actually the other way around. They're drafting a very good 5v5 draft that the other team will be forced to respect them and their prowess in the team fights. And again, when we look back a couple of weeks ago, us talents, we have been discussing who's the best team fighting team. We said UDG, some said FLA. It does appear that FLA actually, in the 5v5 skirmishes, in the 5v5 engages, FENNEL Adversity has that one up against RQ. And that will be what FENNEL would be banking on to really win and cement themselves as the grand champions here in WCSPH. So FENNEL Adversity 4-3.
And Crazy Apple?
Okay. I'll go first before you, Mika. So, I'm voting for RRQ because for two reasons. First, from an analyst point of view, I think RRQ has shown great flexibility, and there's just so much in their champion pool that I feel like they can show here. It's not just the ones that we've seen. There could be new pocket picks that they have specifically practiced on, scrimmed on to go against FENNEL Adversity, just of how much they have shown here today, in the whole season. And I think these two teams have great coaching staffs, have great players that absorb knowledge and strategies that RRQ has the tools to take down FENNEL Adversity's system in terms of dodging away team fights at the early to mid game and minimizing loss. I think RRQ can do the same thing and even break that code, break the system. Secondly, this is mostly my own personal reason.
Oh, go ahead.
They have taken RRQ has eliminated Underground and Grind Sky, who I voted on. And just like any good sports anime, I believe RRQ will carry my dreams here and become the champions of the WCS.
Okay.
I do believe that as well. I think that RRQ right now, they have done their homework. They've done everything that they possibly can, and on top of that, the momentum is in their favor. You can tell just how much on a high they were yesterday, and I feel like, moral wise, they're already there. That is the one thing that, of course, that you need, and they're feeling good already. And sometimes you just need those precious few seconds to know that you are going to dictate the pace of this series. I feel like right now, as of this moment, by the way, this is very, very difficult. I really didn't want to predict this, but as of right now, I feel like those crucial seconds are going to belong to RRQ. I think they're going to take it all the way. I do think it's going to be a 4-3 as well. I think we're getting all the 7 games right now because, again, the championship is at stake. This is the grand finals of the WCSPH. This is RRQ versus FENNEL Adversity. Strap in your seatbelts, ladies and gentlemen. Casters, take us into the rift.
"21 days in the making. From 8 teams that rumbled from the regular season to 6 teams that fought for the regional spot. Now, 2 teams remain in the grand finals where only one can be declared the strongest team in the Philippines. Welcome, everyone, to RRQ Adversity for the grand finals. I'm Infinity and this is Riku. And Riku, are you ready?
Oh yeah, I'm so ready for the grand finale. We're in it for the long haul, right? BO7, the panel has mentioned it, FENNEL Adversity and RRQ, and I mean, by the end of today, we're going to be crowning the best team in the Philippines. But as well as both of these teams, whoever wins will go head straight to the playoffs of the WCS final. So there's still definitely a lot at stake here.
Yeah, and it's such an amazing start to see from FENNEL Adversity and RRQ. But we're now stepping into the draft where no one can underperform. They have to be at their very best. Now for game number 1, it's FLA going for the blue side and RRQ on red.
Oh yeah, we're heading straight to it, huh? Straight to casters, straight to the draft. I love it so much. And now we're looking at the first set of bans. I'm looking at the Ziggs ban at the moment, and yes, removing one of the most reliable, if not the most reliable wave clear champion that has been always assigned to Marky. I love this ban coming from FLA. So now it could possibly be the battle of Lux and Morgana that could possibly be taken by Danny and Marky.
Yeah, yesterday we were talking about what are the champions of RRQ, what are the champions for FENNEL Adversity, and one of the highlights that we sought for RRQ was the Ziggs of Marky. It was such an amazing champion, and it is now removed. Now speeding onto the draft here, Jax Camille banned away by RRQ to follow up, and Olaf by FLA.
Now there's so many bans towards top side and even in the jungle on the side of RRQ. So no Jax. I mean, we saw how Calm performed last Friday rather, when they went up against UDG. So there's a ton of respect on that champion. And the panel has predicted that the Fiora, I believe Otto has mentioned that there are no Fiora players in the side of FLA. So they do want to remove that because there's 3 players on RRQ that can play that.
Yeah, Helios can play it, right? He has showcased this champion last year and even in the previous weeks here in WCS. It's such an amazing champion, but Jace will be the last ban of RRQ. And we're heading into the first pick here for FLA.
Yeah, it could be a set first pick. Remember, we saw how Raph and Com performed on the set. They usually get the set so they can wombo combo it with something else, like a Diana or a Rakan. So this works so well because you can.
It's
Infinity.
Karma.
Why did I forget about the Karma? I haven't seen Karma in so long because it has been basically banned by everyone to the point that I forgot Karma is open.
I mean, it's so strong of a champion. You were priorly top 200 and you forget this champion.
I know.
But looking at here for FLA versus RRQ, we talked about Zed. Zed is a very strong champion yesterday that we keep on talking about. Prior, we talked about how Zed and Camille can match up, but with Camille banned away, we have Morgana to follow through.
Oh yeah, we talked about this yesterday, Infinity, right? RRQ is one of those teams that can confidently first rotation pick Zed. No matter what side they are, they can pick it early. They don't want to risk it being banned in the second rotation, and as well as it has been very proficient on the side of Helios.
Yeah, but the interesting part is, Seth is nowhere to be found. It is still left open by both teams. FLA looking to prioritize Garen for the top lane. They want this safety net to have that aggro tank, to have that safety net when it comes to battling with a front-to-back type of playstyle if RRQ wants to go for it.
There's still a big possibility of this going in the mid lane, right? Because we know that if you're up against a Zed, either you want to be a gatekeeper, do you want to match it with double assassin, or do you want to be that neutralizer to make sure that Helios doesn't get any kills? And Garen in the mid lane is also a big possibility to negate the possible kill potential. So I like this coming from FLA. It can still be possibly flexed.
Yeah, it's such an amazing sight to see because what FENNEL Adversity is doing, owning the jungle is stated in their draft. Garen, Karma is flexible. It can go anywhere at this point. Karma can go mid, Karma can go support. Garen can go mid, Garen can go top. So really, it's such an amazing sight to see. But RRQ now going for Lee Sin because if they don't pick this up, it's going to be banned away.
Yeah, this is so fitting of RRQ's play style, right? They want that early aggression. They want to force skirmishes. They want to force FLA into fights that they're not prepared for. Again, these two are complete opposites. While FLA wants to slow the pace down, RRQ, with these picks, Morgana, Lee Sin, and Zed so far, this is just furthering their sort of play style. So now looking at the bans, it's going to be Akali. So we know how RRQ, if it comes to double assassin compositions, maybe even triple, if you include the Lee Sin, I'm pretty sure he is, FLA knows that RRQ can go that route because, again, there's just so many players on the side of RRQ, a lot of strong solo laners, and they can 1v1 you comfortably.
Yeah, and I like the Akali ban here though for FENNEL Adversity. We all know Devil J to be one of the strongest Akali players in the Rift. And putting a ban on that puts a huge respect on this player. Now to follow through, we have a Rakan ban from FENNEL Adversity to match up the support of RRQ.
Yeah, I like this ban coming from FLA. We know how it can possibly be flexed towards Helios. I know we saw the Zed already. It is like 100% sure that's going to be on Helios' side. So I wonder where the rest of the damage is going to be coming from because we saw how this type of composition from Zed, we could see a 1-3-1 possibly. And if you do want to try and split push, you want your 3-man or 4-man have that disengage. That's why I like seeing this Gragas. They have the explosive cast just in case FLA will try to stick to you and engage your 4-man or 3-man. But that's the thing, FLA is still lacking that engage. Karma is not enough.
Galio is open, and I like how you stated about the Gragas because this is also a respect onto Raffi. I talked with some coaches yesterday, and Gragas onto Raffi, he's probably top 1, top 2 globally on this specific champion. So banning it away or picking it up for yourselves is going to be very important. And thus, we see Adarius being the 4th pick for FENNEL Adversity.
I want to see the additional damage because so far it has been just the Kazakhs, right? Just the Kazakhs and 2 beefy frontliners. So there's the damage. There it is. It's going to be a Jhin. It's going to be used by Danny. And Jhin is very vulnerable assassins. And I feel like these 2 beefy frontliners are going to try and soak up damage, soak up pressure for Danny. And aside from that, because Jhin is so low mobile, that the Karma with the shields and the movement speed compensates for that.
Yeah, and there we go. RRQ is going for the pick composition. They have Zed, they have Lee Sin, Gragas, Renekton. All of these champions can single targeted CC the backlines, which is Jhin, which will be that hyper carry or hyper scaling damage for FENNEL Adversity at this point in time. And Riku, I don't know what to expect.
This is so scary for Danny. You're a Jhin. I mean, I already said that, yes, Karma compensates the lack of mobility a Jin has with the movement speed and the shields, but there's no disengage. They have no disengage. RQ is a very all-in type of composition, and the fact that they have Black Shield as well coming from Marky, that means whoever's gonna dive in, like Devil J, Chaz, or Helios, those three are definitely enough. They're just gonna head straight to Danny. I think that could be the worry here on the side of FLA, but I'm excited to see this. Yes, we're seeing what we talked about earlier, Infinity. Arise is here on the Garen. He's going to be that gatekeeper. He's going to make sure that Helios does not get any kills. And I think, even if you don't kill Helios, as long as he doesn't get kills, you are winning.
Absolutely. Although this is the weakness for FENNEL Adversity. This is what RRQ did in the regular season, the 2-0'd FENNEL Adversity pick off composition. Morgana, Zed, Gragas, these champions are such a heavyweight picks here in the tournament for the grand finals up against FLA. We're jumping into the grand finals game number 1 here, Riku, and it is such an exciting moment here for WCS Philippines.
Oh yeah, for sure. BO7, Infinity, BO7. FLA back at it again in the grand finals, and I believe it was Mika that said that they were here before. They've been here before last year. And it was against Team Secret, but now this time, they're up against RRQ.
Yeah, and looking back at their history, right? In the playoffs, they never met. They only met in the regular season, wherein FENNEL Adversity 2-0'd RRQ in one series. But in another series, in week 4, it was RRQ who 2-0'd FENNEL Adversity. So this is even footing for both teams of FLA and RRQ.
I know, it's crazy. Imagine they've been in the same tournament for 2 seasons already, and yet we haven't seen them battle it out. And now, get to see a possible fight in the bottom side of the map.
Huge possibility, although Jin at level 1, level 2 doesn't really have that much damage, only depending on the passive, so no full-on engage, and RRQ has a lot of CCs to counterattack if FLA goes through.
Yeah, there's that big disengage, I suppose, when it comes to level 5. But yeah, going back to the history of these teams where they didn't have history, actually, on their matchup. These 2 particular teams facing off last year. And we had to see a bit of that preview in the regular season where you mentioned, first series, FLA 2-0's RRQ. RRQ, on the other hand, retaliates and 2-0's FLA in the second round robin. And there's a big picture here. When we looked at the first series, the games were so long where FLA secured their victory. It was, 19 minutes and almost 24 minutes in the game. FLA was victorious. RRQ, on the other hand, in their second round robin run, these are below 14-minute games where RRQ has won. So what does that tell us? It tells us that FLA wants a slow and steady game where they can control the map and stabilize the gold. RRQ, on the other hand, they want to win early. They want to win early and fast and strong arming fights to get their solo laners kills and they get lead. So if we're looking at it on a macro view, on a bird's eye view perhaps.
Bigger perspective.
Yeah, bigger perspective. FLA wants clean and straightforward team fights, and that's their avenue, that's their key. For RRQ, they want scrappy skirmishes. And I think that's what we're looking forward to. Does RRQ get their fights, or will FLA be on full defensive and fight later at the third dragon?
Yeah, and this is what we're talking about yesterday night. We were talking about how this grand finals will go, because when we're looking at RRQ, they were on a full lower bracket run. They were defeated by Team Secret prior into the beginning of the playoffs, and after that, they were on a win streak. Every single matchup. They crushed the hopes of some of the teams here to go into the grand finals to represent the Philippine region in WCSC finals. And now they are here, batting against FLA, one of the most dominant team, one of the most consistent teams here in the Philippines.
Yeah, I like how you say consistent, especially their performance last Friday rather, up against UDG. They were very clean. They knew what to do. They wouldn't enter fights that they weren't sure of. And again, we're seeing a Lee Sin on the opposite side. We're seeing early game champions on the side of RRQ. But knowing FLA, you know that they want to play this slow. Do they get the low kill count game? The low kill count win condition coming from FLA? I am curious because that's Infernal Dragon in the next 15 seconds. FLA wants to deny the damage away from RRQ, and damage will definitely help them, considering the fact that their only consistent damage is going to be a Jin, and we know how Jin works. Bullets, you run out of bullets and you have to reload. So for FLA, they definitely need this one.
Yeah. It's run and gun. You shoot, you go back away. You shoot, you go back away. He's playing, I don't know, but a shorty that has like 4 bullets instead of 2. Right now, here in the
We
Rift.
Valorant now?
We're Valorant now. But looking at this is their strength. They play disciplined, they play consistent, they play towards objectives. And looking at this one, I was talking to a coach before for FENNEL Adversity. And what their characteristics are is that when they go for a fight, if they go for it, they know that they are at an advantage. They know that they have 70% of winning that fight and 30% of losing. That is exactly what we can expect for a FENNEL Adversity, that right now we have objectives running up.
Yeah, look at this. You think it's a handshake, but no, they're both fighting for this.
Yeah, and this is RRQ's Chaos playstyle. Karma ulti already in the Dragon Pit. And now, the Dragon being secured by FENNEL Adversity, they're going to back away. This is what they were known for. We do not fight if we are at a disadvantage. But RRQ spawns the Rift Herald immediately into the mid lane, looking for that fight, looking for that engage, for the Tower for his blood. RRQ secures it. They go back. 2-man route. They're not gonna fight it.
Look at that. Both teams, both players, some from each of the team were nearby each other. And even though, let's just say FLA doesn't have disengage, they create space immediately knowing if they know that they're going to lose the objective and they can't risk that from giving kills to RRQ. That's why I love the discipline coming from FLA. But of course, RRQ won that entirety of that sequence. They got the Rift Herald. Kama's trying to annoy Chaz and the rest of RRQ that was staying there. But RQ, with their quick decision making, they managed to get it. Even the Infernal, or rather, it was FLA that got the Infernal Drake, but at the same time, FLA didn't initiate any fight.
Absolutely, and this is what they need. Because what we talked about is they only have the huge dependence on Danny to deal damage for FENNEL Adversity, right? So having that Infernal Dragon will mean that they have extra damage scaling. That 5% to 10% increase in damage will be so substantial here for FENNEL Adversity to match up against RRQ, especially that we're seeing how aggressive RRQ can be in their prior series here in the playoffs.
Yeah, I love how you mentioned aggressive because RRQ, look at them. They were grouped as 4 and they wanted to see if they can get a pick. That's why Raph already has Shadows Enchant to make sure that any of the the brush attacks rather, the party brushes rather, aren't going to be available for RQ. So I like this coming from FLA. You know that RQ wants to fight. You know that RQ will most likely go deep in your jungle because mid lane is already open. So I like this pickup coming from Raph. And the fact that, you know, Raph is going for the healthier healthier item build rather with Roa, just to make sure that Karma is able to survive in these long-drawn fights, is able to do utility, give shields as longer as he can.
Yeah, it's surprising, because typically what we see from Karma is Staff of Flowing Water and then Ardent Sensor if you're going for full support. But since they're lacking damage, he wants to go for Roa, at least at the very possible way in the later team fights. He can deal damage as well. So this is something to be expected from this team. And just a while ago, before the series even started, we were talking about the contrasting difference between FENNEL Adversity's playstyle and RRQ. And it's such an amazing sight to see because these two are opposites.
Yeah, they are the complete opposites. FLA is more defensive, RRQ is more offensive. Look at that. RRQ was trying to set up a dive on the bot lane. And then the rest of FLA also followed that track. Look at the vision. It's very defensive. Look at the topside river. Look at the red buff area of FLA. They know what RRQ is trying to do because again, they have an assassin rather, but they have a lot of capability and utility to dive. And that's the reason why they see it coming and they know what's coming. Therefore, you know what to do to defend what's coming.
Definitely. What's coming is important to see because RRQ, I don't know what to expect from this team. They're all chaos. They're going in for whatever team fight they want to do, right? If ever they're losing this specific objective, they're still going to go through. They want trade-offs. This is what they need. This is what they want. And I remember what Autolus have stated in the regular season. If FENNEL Adversity has the mid lane tier 1 turret, they still have the opportunity to win despite their disadvantage when it comes to the gold. But right now, RRQ has broken it down. And Rift Herald, Looks like being contested by RRQ. It's Chaz jumping in,
secure.
but FENNEL Adversity secures the Rift Herald. But Devil J goes in front, stuns Calm. But Calm, he is pinned, and RRQ takes the first blood.
Really nicely done by RRQ. They're able to get at least first blood towards Calm, but that's the beauty about FLA, right? They get the objective and then they run away. Despite the lack of disengage that they have in their toolkit, in their composition, they're fine!
Dark Binding! What a perfect CC Marky has done.
Yeah, really nicely done. That's 4 members, rather 3 members here, just trying to see if they can contest the Ocean Drake. I don't think they can.
No shots left, no bullets left. Danny, go for the flank. They want to go for the pincer maneuver, and how Garen just jumps in with the Nemesha Justice, and FENNEL Adversity steals the Ocean Drake. You can't do this under the hands of RRQ. Now Devil J is in trouble as Doming looks for the chase, and Devil J can't see the light of day as he is brought down by FENNEL Adversity.
I called it too soon! I called it too soon, Infi! I mean, there was just 3 members, but knowing that RQ...
Oh, Zed going for the death mark, but he just want to get that turret plates, and as you stated, this is not what we expect.
It's one of those things where it's math, right? Like, okay, 3 members left, and then maybe they're not gonna fight anymore because RQ has all full members, but EXO was pretty low already, and they also had a lot of key ults available, but the fact that they're so tanky, RQ was just focusing their efforts on that dragon, so therefore FLA took advantage of that, and they were able to burst the squishies down. Do not forget, RQ's composition is a pretty squishy comp, so if FLA they stole that dragon, meaning they have more sustain from this Ocean Drake. So we're looking at the tanky members. We're looking at the sustain coming from the side of FLA. So it does work. The math checks out. And the fact that Arise has Sterax, now, that's -1, -2 people to get the death mark on the board. So that's just Doming and Danny that's vulnerable.
RQ, 4-man roam, secures the turret top lane, but will not pull through. They're doing the same technique that FLA does. They're going for objectives. We need to back away.
There's currently 5. Oh, Devil J over here over the flank.
For the
Dominus
flank,
activated.
Dominus is already up. FENNEL Adversity going under the turret. They're overextending. Now Devil J comes through. The curtain call is cancelled. Now it's Karma with the ulti. Will not pull through though. The route will be perfect, but it's under the turret, and Devil J will go away. But here comes Arise. Too dangerous, too risky, and RRQ will have to defend, and FLA goes back.
It felt like Arise wanted to go dive into the tower and then Justice and do the Damascus Justice on Devil J, but yeah, it was too risky because the rest of RRQ was there.
Yeah. And this is just crazy. FENNEL Adversity right now has 3 out of 4 objectives. RRQ a while ago has the Rift Herald. And when it comes to turrets, FENNEL Adversity has the advantage. They keep on trading. They keep on looking for these fights. They keep looking for these objectives that they secure. And FENNEL Adversity right now is on a lead. 1k gold lead to say the least. Not really that massive, but considering their early game just a while ago, this is nuts. RRQ got the early game, but they lost this mid-game fight.
That's the thing. This is exactly what FLA wants, right? They want to stabilize the game. I mean, being able to be ahead is a big bonus already. But stabilizing the game is what FLA wants. They want a controlled map. They want everything where they can dictate the pace of the game, not in an aggressive manner, but the choice of making moves around the map and being able to execute that. That's the kind of dominance they want in the map. It's not reflecting in the kill scoreboard. That doesn't matter. It's not reflective of the gold. It's reflective of where the map is, where the are down already, and where the vision is at. That's why watching FLA as a team is really, really good.
Yeah, it's basically macro. That's the advantage of FENNEL Adversity. This is their strength. When they look at the map, where do we need to go? Looking at objectives, through. We're gonna go for it. We're gonna take it. We need to back away just after because RRQ is ready for fight. And especially when you were talking about the draft, right? Do you have a lot of disengage? You have a lot of engage from RRQ, given that they have Gragas, they have Morgana, Lee Sin, and Devil J with the Renekton.
Yeah, RRQ has a lot of options, and for FLA, oh, Kick!
Oh, the kick from Chaz. Perfect
Wow.
timing, but it takes advantage by some time.
Half-
FENNEL Adversity to go through. And now Doming just goes away with 1 HP, and now Double J catches with
What?
isolation damage. Doming turns it back, and FLA takes 4 kills from that fight.
You know, earlier I was about to say RQ is a team where you know it's like quiet, and when I watch RQ, they're the team where I mostly say, wait, what? Like, oh, what just happened? They're usually the ones that make split decision movements, but FLA turned that around. They were able to turn that engage around coming from Chaz. And imagine, this is all a melee this is all melee on the side of RQ. Therefore, you're near Calm, you're near a rise from his spinny, Calm as well. So it just works out so well. While Danny, that's scary for him, but these two beefy frontliners, that is Calm and Horizon, Agarian and Darius, that works so well for them.
Yeah, absolutely does. And with that punish from FENNEL Adversity, they were able to secure the Baron and their third Drake in 14 minutes, in 15 minutes to say
Yeah.
the least. That is too quick for a Baron Nashor, and FENNEL Adversity does what they do best. Objectives, objectives, objectives.
That is the name of the game for FENNEL Adversity. It's crazy. It's crazy how when we watch a FENNEL Adversity match, the gold will be even. The map state may be even, but when we watch them and then suddenly a big team fight happens, that's when you'll see the lead that FLA has garnered for the past 15 minutes. So incredibly strong. Look at them now. They're doing a 2-2-1 configuration on the map at the moment just because, yeah, Arise right now, he has Guardian Angel, Sterax. No one can kill him. He's gonna be tanky. He can just run away and spin around. And you can see the two-man of Raph and Danny, right? Like, they can just... Oh!
Oh, Double J just gonna get killed by Doming and Calm. This is a 2v1. An absolutely dominant start there for FENNEL Adversity from top lane to finish this game.
Dominic, though!
Chaz gets a kick. Nice CC as RRQ gets a trade, and now Danny is next. Karma ultimate will buy some time though. Dark Binding will root Danny down. But Exo sends too tanky. He's gonna go back away, but at the cost of 2 inhibitors. And FENNEL Adversity is looking for the finish. Curtain Call is there, already used up. But look at Helios, that mark onto Rafi. But with the Rowa gives him a lot of this HP. 2-man down for FENNEL Adversity already. But the Nexus falls, and FENNEL Adversity strikes first in the finals.
What a game! Again, full control from FLA. 10 minutes, we didn't see first blood. The only first blood that we saw was at the second Rift Herald take. But everybody was able to escape. Not a lot of kills still going towards the side of RQ. FENNEL Adversity, full control of the map, full control of the situation in team fights, and is able to retaliate when Shaz was trying to initiate and get a kick on one of their members. And they're able to turn things around, get Baron, finish the game. So clean, this team.
Yeah, 3 Drakes. 3 Drakes.
Yeah.
Whole game. And having Jin in your lineup, I think this is the first win of Jin from the regular season into the playoffs. It didn't have that much success, but FLA made it happen.
It did. It so did. They were able to deter any of the assassination potential, any of the kills, and this was the answer, right? The Garen and as well as the Darius here, and they were always right. Even though Calm fell, first blood in favor of RQ, that's still totally fine because we talked about this before. Infinity, RQ wants fast-paced, early game type of situations where they get early kills to their solo laners, especially Devil J and Helios, and maybe even Chaz when he's on a carry jungler. But it didn't happen because FENNEL Adversity did exactly what they did to UDG yesterday, where we're going to keep avoiding fights, we're only going to fight when it's necessary. And that's not what RQ wants. They want to keep fighting. I talked about this before, Infinity. RQ is the type of team where I say a lot of, whoa, what was that? Because they suddenly, split-second decision, flashed to do an amazing play. And we saw that countless of times during the entirety of the playoffs. But this time around, it didn't pan out so well. It was FLA that's able to retaliate. We talked about the melee champions. This is where Calm and Arise shined in their picks.
Yeah, and instead of, oh wow, what a play, it's oh no, what a play. Because FENNEL Adversity, you have this chaos from RRQ. If they go in, they know how to counter-engage. And of course, the top of it all, the stealer, the thief in the night on the objectives, it's Doming with the Kazakhs.
Oh yeah, Doming did a really nice steal. They believed in their ability to still fight 3v5 in that Dragon Pit
Yeah.
to steal that Ocean Drake, and the quick decision making of, okay, we won this team fight in the mid lane, just let's head straight to the Baron and then finish the game. The sequence of events is just so crazy, and Doming is definitely in the middle of that all.
Yeah, it's just crazy. Even the outplay that he did in a 1v1 against Devil J just a while back, we thought Doming's gonna die here. He has no escape. He has no flash left. But in turn, he turned it around and Doming just smashed that fight to get that 4 kills, to get the Baron, to get the Drake. It's such an amazing sight to see. And FLA, with their discipline, with their consistency, takes the first game in the grand finals.
What a game, number one. It was definitely a textbook FLA game, right? Infi, it was 10 minutes, still no first blood. I think the biggest difference was instead of, well, actually, no. I want to correct myself. It was still textbook FENNEL adversity where they traded objectives, except, RQ wanted to get that Rift Herald, and then FLA prioritized that Infernal Drake. I love what I'm seeing so far. Even the picks, I got to see Karma as well on the side, open finally. It just, the draft just changed because of this killer matchup that we have.
Yeah, it's just so amazing to see, and it's a bit surprising. I thought RQ is gonna go more aggressive, and yes, they did from that game number 1, but I think something's holding them back. We'll see how that would change for game number 2. Are they gonna release the Kraken? Are they going to release their full potential here for game 2 to make the series equal for both teams? That's the grand finals game number 1. We're gonna take a short break, but when we come back, it's game 2 of this finals.
I won't give you up. My heart's beating up. Give me your love. Just lose your mind, and you can have all my love when this is over. I'll trust you with my life when this is over. Need you here by my side when this is over. So stay with me. I won't give you up. Let me pull you closer. My heart's beating up, feel it taking over. Give me your love till the night is over. Take my hand and trust in me. Just lose your mind. Just lose your mind. We faced every demon within. We fight every battle and win. Now we're much stronger than before. I won't give you up. I won't. My heart's beating up. Give me your love. Just lose your mind, and you can have all my love when this is over. I'll trust you with my life when this is over. Need you here by my side when this is over. So stay with me. I won't give you up. Let me pull you closer. My heart's beating up, feel it taking over. Give me your love till the night is over. Take my hand and trust in me. Just lose your mind. Just lose your mind. Just lose your mind. Just lose your mind.
They've been trying for too long, but they could never stop me. They could never stop me. Don't they know that I'm too strong? Nothing's gonna stop me. Nothing's gonna stop me. So don't get in my way. The dams are about to break. I don't care what they say. I'm more than they can take, but they don't see the struggle in my mind. And I just think of stopping all the time, but I can't. I'll make my journey through the hellfire. I'll just tear down another empire. Never hold me back, hold me back, 'cause I'm a juggernaut. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut. Determination on my side. Nothing's gonna stop me. Nothing's gonna stop me. They're telling me to run and hide, but they could never stop me. They could never stop me. So don't get in my way. The dams are about to break. I don't care what they say. I'm more than they can take, but they don't see the struggle in my mind. And I just think of stopping all the time, but I can't. I'll make my journey through the hellfire. I'll just tear down another empire. Never hold me back, hold me back, 'cause I'm a juggernaut. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut.
Welcome back to the Battle of the Opposites, FENNEL Adversity and RRQ, wherein FENNEL Adversity took game 1.
Oh, this is a very heated match. Heated in a way where FLA has been gatekeeping what RRQ wants to do in this entire series. They want to fight. They want to get their solo laners ahead, and FLA is just avoiding the fight. How can you get your assassins to get kills if you don't fight at all? And that's exactly why we're seeing low kill count. And if ever we see FENNEL Adversity draft a similar scenario, correction. FENNEL Adversity, they want these low kill count games. And if we see low kill count, RRQ is going to be playing into the hands of FENNEL Adversity. So I am expecting from RRQ in this draft highly aggressive champions with engage. You know, Infinity, during the break, we were talking about where was the Galio, where was the set. We need something.
We can't see it.
We can't see it. No, it's nowhere to be found. So these champions enable heavy engage for sure. And I felt like the Gragas and the Morgana definitely needed help in that department, because Morgana, Lee Sin, very single target. If they want to do a team fight, then Gragas will not be sufficient. So they need something like a set, like a Galio, to be able to secure AoEs, secure AoE CCs, and then force FLA into a fight that they're not prepared for.
And especially considering that ExoSen has picked the Galio. This is the specific champion that enabled him to do the 5-man taunt yesterday, right? Well, not yesterday, the day before. It was crazy. It was nuts. So it was such a surprising thing to not see a Galio in the draft for both teams right now, considering it is one of the most prominent supports in the Rift. Right now, we're jumping into the draft for game number 2, where FLA, once again, blue side, RRQ on red.
Still on the blue side. So RRQ had a very difficult game earlier. They weren't allowed to do RRQ things where they can be aggressive, initiate a fight, and they're removing the Camille for sure up against possibly Domeng or up against Calm. And I like this from FLA, forcing out any of the aggressive champions and as well as wave clear. That has been very effective when Marky has used the Ziggs. So Olaf is also, again, really strong against vulnerable AD carries like the Jhin that we saw earlier, maybe even a Varus. So I like this pick coming from FLA.
Yeah, and now there is a huge possibility that FENNEL Adversity can prioritize Galio because we talked yesterday, right? If FENNEL Adversity picks Galio, there is an expectations of RRQ to pick up Olaf. And with Olaf now banned away, it could be that priority for FENNEL Adversity to lean back on once again. But right now, when it comes to the draft, when it comes to the bans, Karma now banned away, respected against FENNEL Adversity, and Fiora following through for FLA.
Yeah, I think that's the difference of the FLA retained bans, RQ, the big switch up is the Karma. Will this be a set first pick on the side of FLA that what we've seen back in the UDG? No, it's going to be the Jace instead open, which will give possibly RQ. I wonder what they will prioritize here because remember, Riven was open as well earlier and they didn't pick it. So maybe this will be a Riven game where they can be able to get early leads this time for Chaz, and as well as have the Galio in their hands.
And it's
there
such a toss-up, right? We talked about Riven being the champion of Helios, and Chaz, it's such a flexible pick. So right now it's still open, but RRQ picks up Galio, picks up Senna, because if it is left open for FENNEL Adversity, Gragas, Senna available. Galio can be that champion to initiate fights for FLA.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think if FLA wants to be a bit more conservative here, because this is looking to be a scary engaged composition from RQ, they have to get the Gragas on their side. I feel like I think Gragas is definitely one of the best, aside from Braum, I suppose, when it comes to disengage. So I think it's going to be extremely important. FLA is reading RQ that they're definitely going to put Helios on an assassin champion. A potential of another Zed pick here for RQ, considering that it's not banned. So at this point, FLA trying to secure comms, Darius once more.
Yeah, and this is such an interesting first 3 picks from both teams. This is such a contrasting draft from what we saw in game number 1. It's so different. FENNEL Adversity picking up the Morgana for themselves, denied against RRQ. And RRQ picking up the Galio, the Senna. These are the champions that we were looking for just a while back in game number 1. With that said, with FENNEL Adversity not having any junglers, we have RRQ now targeting Dominics champion.
100%. I want FLA to target the Rakan because we saw how deadly of a combo Rakan's Helios and Exosen's Galio can be if, meshed together. Of course, the damage will be coming from top lane instead because we know the Kha'Zix is going towards Chaz, and since Marky is already on the Senna, and if ever Rakan Helios, then that means damage potential will be falling towards top lane. So I wonder if FLA is going to ban the Rakan in this scenario instead.
Yeah, and I honestly almost forgot about the Rakan mid lane because we were talking about how RRQ can adjust for themselves because they are an all-star team. Every single one is really, really strong. So having that option for them, RRQ can go for that route. But now FENNEL Adversity has that target on the assassin champions of RRQ, Akali, Zed, banned away.
Yeah, so the question is what is left, right? There's the Riven that we've been looking for since game number 1, and it can be flexed. Helios are still Devil J, so FLA still has no information what route RQ is going to go for, because, RQ is on red side. They can adjust accordingly on what the better matchup could be, because so far, that's going to be an action towards a Rise, and I'm curious to see what the engage is going to be, unless they want a strong arm, unless they want to wait for RQ to go to them, and then that's the time they can retaliate. Because so far, I don't think Morgana is going to be enough to be that engage, that solo target engage. Well, Braum.
It's Braum! We're going for a toss-up draft here, but considering that Akshan is locked in by FENNEL Adversity, this is the specific champion that Autolus has talked about in the panel, and now we're seeing it again by FENNEL Adversity. So expect a lot of revives if ever it comes down to team fights. But now RRQ has the last torch. What will the last pick be?
It's gonna be a Graves. I'm guessing this is either gonna be a Graves top or Graves mid. We've seen Graves in the mid lane a couple of times during the early stages of the WCS, so there is still a big possibility of switch-ups. But something that is already certain is Chaz in the Kha'Zix, and Galio and Senna in for Marky and Exosen. So we'll see what Devil J and Helios are going to pick up. This is definitely not the final range yet of FLA, but we talked about this before, right, Infinity? The only 2 choices of big disengage that are very reliable is either Braum or the Gragas. Gragas is nowhere to be seen. Set is nowhere to be seen, by the way. I'm genuinely surprised at the second game that we have for now. But there's only two choices for disengage. And because RQ has drafted something more reliable for engage, where Devil J or Chaz will go in, will jump in, and then Hero's entrance, therefore, those two will be the delivery system. This time around, FLA cannot afford to have an enchanter on the side of Raph. They need something that can help disengage, that is a bit more tankier. And what's the best? Braum against full melee champions. I'm sorry, Graves to me is a melee champion because he's very short range. So that's perfect. Braum against these short range champions and melee champions is just so perfect in this scenario. So I like what FLA picked. I also like what RQ picked. Finally, they have a reliable engage with the Galio, but the delivery system still has to go near. And there's a lot of pressure on Devil J and Chaz to deliver that package.
Yeah, though I'm curious, Riku. Are you disregarding the shotgun of Graves in the mid lane?
It's short range. I think it's so short to the point that it's melee to me, you know? Like, it's so short.
You can't do Graves like that. No, I'm kidding.
I know, I shouldn't. I'm sorry, Graves. I know you still got...
Now.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's game number 2 of the grand finals. FLA has already won game number 1. And RQ changed their draft completely here. And now it is such an interesting case. EXO sent back at his 5-man taunt champion in the past with Galio.
Infi, oh my, Common Devil J is just going at it at level 1. And it's just a bunch of barriers being bursted down, but I can't imagine level 3 is where Devil J will thrive on this ribbon. You have your complete kit, you have your complete combo, and Calm doesn't have priority. And I think the only fear that Calm should watch out for is the waves prepping towards topside, and then a possible gank towards Chaz. This is Devil J already getting priority at the top lane, so Calm should be careful, knowing the fact that he has already barrier burned. So I'm expecting first back coming from Danny. He could possibly even go top just to make sure he can burn a flash or two at top lane even.
Yeah, but Baron laners doing Baron things. They're just fighting dog and cat fight. They're not really going for an all-in here. Now, considering the top lane, considering the weak side of the map, we can expect everyone to just play it safe. But Chaz, ooh.
Yeah, the wave is crashing already, right? So this is what we expected on Chaz on the Kha'Zix, Devil J trying to get priority, pushing the lane back. And FLA sees this coming as they've already rotated Raph. I said it was usually Danny who rotates topside, but now it is Raph instead because wave clear, Danny has it, there's the Tormented Soil, and definitely more effective for sure with the sums that he has. So I like this move coming from FLA. They saw it coming and they prevented it.
And yeah, it was such a commendable play from Calm. Yes, it didn't really happen on any explosive fight from RRQ, but he was playing it very safe. He knows that his jungler, Doming, was on the bottom side when he was battling Devil J and the wave was crashing. So there was a huge potential for RRQ to punish, considering that FENNEL adversity. Calm, on top side, didn't really have much support to go with if ever it comes down to a 2v1. So commendable plays there from Calm to be safe in the early game. This is what we talked about, right? They played very safe, they played very disciplined. They're not going for an all-in, they're not going for fights where they know they are at a disadvantage, and Calm exactly highlighted that on top side.
Yeah, I like the style, you know, from FLA. If they know, they want to make sure that when they enter a fight, they can win 100%. Or what you said earlier, Infinity, at least 70%. And those odds are fairly high when it comes to team fights, maybe even skirmishes. So this is exactly what we're expecting coming from FLA. Looking at the rotation now, with the swaps that we're seeing between the two laners, mid lane, we might possibly see the fight in the Rift Herald instead.
Yeah, and this is expected. When it comes to the 3 minutes and 30 seconds, we see a lot of these pro teams have a switch in lanes, or rather, having the support into the mid lane to have that immediate response when it comes to objective fights. And Rift Herald, Cloud Drake, these are two objectives coming up soon, which are really important. We've seen FENNEL Adversity in game number 1 take 3 Drakes. Is this gonna happen again here in game 2?
There is a big possibility if FLA decides to trade objectives, like give the Rift Herald to RQ, because looking at Chaz's pathing, he's going towards Rift Herald. FLA is going to trade. Cloud Drake is actually really good on the side of RRQ because you're going to be expecting Devil J to try and get, what, solo lane pressure at the on his split push later on, and you want Chaz and the rest of RRQ roaming for possible kills to, again, put gold in their solo laner pocket. But FLA, you know, let's just take Cloud Drake, let's not contest, and just fight at the third Drake, which is what we saw back in the UDG series on Friday.
Yeah, and it's not just that. When it comes to the early game, Cloud Drake is such a powerful dragon. It's so underrated, but when you consider the movement speed that it provides for the team, now your team can roam elsewhere that quickly, that much faster than RRQ. So really important for FENNEL Adversity, considering they have a Rise, as you talked about a while ago, which can be expected to roam elsewhere to revive his teammates, to support those team fights, and that is the power of his passive. So a lot of expectations on the line here for FLA.
I 100% agree with you there. I think this Cloud Drake is gonna be a utility for them to defend again from RRQ, because they like to kill. They like fights. They like to kill. They are gonna be roaming the map, finding opportunities to fight. FLA in the meantime will match the pressure, match the numbers, and it will deter RRQ, will let them hesitate to commit to a fight. So that Cloud Drake rather, is gonna definitely help them catch up basically and respond. Look at Danny. He's been mid. He was pinging bot. He wanted to go there at bot to save a Rise, but then RQ decided not to commit. Okay, I'm gonna go top in case Devil J jumps on you, and it didn't continue. That's how much FLA really wants to prevent any kills in this game.
Yeah, and that was just a double bait there from RRQ. Hey, we're gonna go rush in, 3-man roam, we're gonna show ourselves, but we're not really going to go in. We're just showing ourselves for you guys to be affected, for you guys to roam here in the bot lane and just affect the overall farm that FENNEL Adversity is doing. But right now, we're looking at both teams with 0 kills in 6 minutes.
Yeah. Wait, we might see first blood? No,
Just
of
as I
course
said
not.
it.
Yeah, of course not, Infi. It's a FENNEL Adversity game. The least we could get is 10 minutes first blood, like what we had earlier, like we had in the UDG series last Friday. Because again, this is FLA not wanting to give any kills to RRQ wanting to get the opposite. They want kills on their solo laners. They want kills to Devil J. They want kills to Helios. They want kills to for Chaz. But if you do not give an opportunity for a fight, that's going to be a problem, because this is where RRQ shines. Getting that outplay, pulling the trigger with sudden flash outplay or flash into a fight. We'll see though.
Yeah. And right now, we're looking at RRQ. Because yesterday we talked about how they have this huge dependency on their mid jungle. That's Chaz and that's Helios. And right now they're playing very, very safe. We all know that Graves, when it comes to the late game, is just so insanely strong. Those bullets, if those 4 hit you directly at your face is gonna get smashed. So expect a lot of these things from Helios. When it comes to that melee, quote-unquote melee by Riku.
Melee, fight.
Yeah,
No?
Rift Herald spawned in top side, but RQ playing very safe. That root
Oh,
is
the
gonna
root!
be huge. Calm is binded to the ground, but Rift Herald is just gonna get there. To get a tower for his blood. Good advantage for RQ in the first 8 minutes into the matchup, where only 1k gold lead is there for the team.
I like how you mentioned how the mid and jungle, Helios and Chaz, are going to inflict so much pain on these picks like the Kazakhs and the Graves. It's a no-brainer, right? They're going to hurt a lot. So if we look at the composition of FLA, they're very squishy. They're so squishy. Like, that's Danny, Arise, and Doming. They're so squishy. So this is where Chaz is going to shine as the Kazakh. So looking at the stasis buys from 3 members on the side of RRQ, you know they want to go win. You know they're going to stall the fight rather. They're going to see if they can outplay you.
Yeah, but this Infernal Drake, going to be very important for both teams. It will give you a lot more damage, especially to the lineup of FENNEL Adversity if they get this. Even though they're squishy, they are gonna hurt. They're gonna be glass cannons that will hurt so much that you can't even go back away. But no one's going in for that initial setup for the Drake, because if you do, you're gonna have that disadvantage with RRQ and Fellow Adversity just looking for that mistake for any of these teams to make.
Yeah, I feel like cannot start this not Air Drake, Infernal Drake. They don't have engage. They're more their tools are very more of that reactive. The Braum ult is there when RRQ gets too close. That means all of the passives is gonna stack on these melee champions. Yes, I see you, including you, Helios on the Graves. So this is where they're gonna shine. This is how they're gonna try and see if they can wait for RRQ to start this, because Infernal Drake's gonna be very important. Or they can get a pick with a Dark Binding. Yeah. Either of those two options.
Yeah, and remember, they have the Cloud Drake, so more movement speed. So if ever RRQ starts it, Fellow Adversity can respond very quickly. But right now, Fellow Adversity wants to start this. They don't have enough patience to wait for RRQ for forever. But Danny, binded by Senna, but Chaz comes through.
Oh, they got it!
The Hero's Entrance will knock up on 2. RRQ goes in for the Senna ulti, almost saves his life, but Raffi now goes down, and the RRQ takes the first blood.
I think that's a pretty good sacrifice. Raph for an Infernal Drake, that is solid. But that's 14 seconds on the clock without the support, meaning FLA can't get 2 out of 2 objectives if they do want to get this, which is the Rift Herald. This is going to be a free Rift Herald from RRQ, but that is still a lost Infernal Drake. That's still lost stats. But Dominic moving forward.
Yeah, RRQ has to be safe. Ooh, the Shock Blast. That's scary damage, but RRQ still secures the Rift Herald. So that's a handshake when it comes to objectives. 2 Dragons for FLA, 2 Rift Heralds for RRQ. But interestingly enough here, Riku, when we're looking at the items, when we're looking at the gold, it's Exosen who has the damage. But before then, let's look at how it panned out for FLA.
Yeah, I said that, okay, FLA can wait for RRQ to start it, but they can be reactive. But then again, I said there's a Braum where they can react. If RRQ goes near, RRQ goes first, then boom, they can just release the ult and then have all the CC just flow through RRQ's veins, and FLA can just escape and have a fun day after getting the Infernal Drake. So that's exactly what happened. And, you know, looking at where everything is falling through at the moment when it comes to items, we can see Arise and Com, of course, building more aggressive of these enchants with the Proto Belt coming in so that they can have more chase potential. They can just auto-attack more of the Proto Belt into Apprehend, because talked about the lack of engage, just like the Galio that we saw, but with the Proto Belt into Apprehend, there is that reliable engage on the side of FLA if ever any of the RRQ members goes a bit too near.
Yeah, and just imagine having Braum and having Darius be your front line for FENNEL Adversity against a 4-man Black Cleaver from RRQ. How long are you gonna last in team fights? Your armor is just gonna get shredded down by these 4 items that RRQ built.
I like how you brought that up, because yes, there's a lot of armor. There's armor shred on the side of RRQ when it comes to itemization, and the fact that Exosen is building AP on this Galio, so that means FLA can just build all the armor they want, but at the same time, they're gonna get hurt by the AP from Exo.
Oh, 2-man Apprehend, followed up by Glacial Fissure. This is huge for FENNEL Adversity. And Chaz is already down. Double J trying to survive. The flash is gonna be perfect.
Wow.
The Raffi with a flash, followed up by Domeng, secures the kill. Marquis is in danger. He's in trouble as Domeng looks for the chase. But that flash will be burned, and FLA secures 2 kills.
Nicely done by FLA. They had the numbers advantage there. If they have the numbers advantage, they know that they can win that fight. And we talked about this before. FLA doesn't enter fights that they're not sure of. If they're not 70% sure, if they're not 100% sure. But that time, the math checks out. They got it. After getting the kill, they get the tower, and they're opening up so much more. The mid lane tower is the only thing that's left standing. And there was a ward there. There was a ward. And they saw there's 2 members from RRQ over there. They're able to clean up, able to get Double J. I like the aggressive flashes coming from the side of FLA. And they can afford to do these, especially if Raph is with them, because of his passive, because of how easy it is to stun people. And there's so many that can proc that passive. They've got They got Arise and Doming for sure, especially when they're in rage mode. They can hold people down very, very easily.
And you know, the Grand Finals is looking quite dire for any of these teams, or even quite a dangerous and intense matchup. Because this is not the RRQ that we've known in the prior days. We all know them to force out a lot of these fights, to be hyper aggressive, to be chaotic. But RRQ right now is being methodical. They're waiting for FENNEL Adversity to counter-engage. They're waiting for FENNEL Adversity to go initiate first for them to respond.
This could be a possible fight. Actually, yeah, I completely agree with you. But take note, RRQ is really good from playing from behind. Especially once Chaz gets an adequate amount of farm. He's not afraid to go in, deal a lot of damage, go invisible, go out, and then leap back in. That's what he did yesterday up against UDG. Even though UDG was in a significantly big lead, they're still able to get back into the game.
Yeah, although I don't know if RRQ is even behind. Because right now, the gold is in even footing. FENNEL Adversity has 2 Drakes though, however. But 50k gold for each end of these teams. Now FENNEL Adversity, Star City Ocean Drake, RRQ. With the shadows, will go in contest. Zakshan going for the ultimate onto Exosen, but a lot of these damage. Look at the engage! RRQ is looking for the contest. That hero's entrance is massive. Going in for the knockup.
They got
it's
it.
RRQ securing the Ocean Drake away from FENNEL Adversity, and now they are just gonna get eliminated. 4 kills for RRQ.
Nicely done by RRQ. That is exactly the fight that they've been waiting for. It is all thanks to the 3-man stun by Devil J on the Riven. I told you. We were talking about this, Infinity. RRQ is the type of team where you think it's peaceful and quiet. You think it's calm and collected. But at the split second, someone's gonna flash in, someone's gonna make a huge play, and they're gonna win that fight.
This is exactly what happened from game number 1. But right now, it's RRQ playing the role of FENNEL Adversity. Well, not the role, but the game that they played just a while back. It's RRQ who won that team fight, who got the 4 kills in a specific objective, and now they get the Baron Nashor. So this is such a crazy grand finals to start this series off. It's how amazing both these teams played and how close this series will be.
Yeah, it all started because of Devil J's amazing play with a big knockup and everything. Black Shield has already expired, so everybody's going to be so vulnerable to any of that hard CC, and therefore, boom, Devil J enters, the delivery system kicked in with Exosen with a big stun, and because we talked about this from FLA, if they start that dragon, everybody's going to be clumped up together, everybody's going to be very in range of all the possible initiates on the side of RQ, and that's exactly what happened. FLA in the meantime, even though they do have Wrath over there with the ult coming from the Braum, it's just so difficult when RQ initiates first. It's going to be extremely difficult, especially the squishy members are in front. They have a lot of damage, and they can immediately burst you down.
Yeah, and you can't really exactly use your ultimate when you're CC'd, right? Because RRQ, Devil J just went in for the 3-man knockup, as you stated, and then followed up by Exosen going for the hero's entrance, and that was a 5-man knockup to follow up those CCs. So it's such an amazing follow-up by RRQ that they did, and now they are at an advantage. And now Doming just gets solo killed by Devil J.
What a play from Devil J. I mean, this is what they wanted, right? They want the 1v1s. They want the scrappy skirmishes. They want the team fights. This is exactly what RRQ was going for. And FLA, I mean, this is a team that will handshake the first 2 objectives and then go for the 3rd dragon and get that fight. Who won? RRQ.
And now,
well,
RRQ looking for the mid lane, but now it's CC lock onto Exosen, forcing out the Stasis Enchant, but he's stunned, he's locked up as FENNEL Adversity secures the kill onto the support of RRQ.
Devil J is able to use a flash at least to escape, but it doesn't change the fact that a lot of these towers are gone. And this is not what FLA wants. They are in an unfamiliar territory now. For RRQ, we've seen them play games from behind and strong arm their way to get that victory. For FLA, it's a different story. We've always seen them to be controlling early game and then stabilize the game, not making sure that the opposite team gets a lead, and then boom, cleanly and surgically remove all your towers. Win the 3rd dragon fight. But we'll see. This is going to be a big test for FLA to see if they can get back into after that team fight loss.
Yeah. And we had this huge discussion yesterday night between talents wherein FENNEL Adversity has the fear of the unknown. If they are on unfamiliar territory, they're gonna be in shambles. And right now, FENNEL Adversity is on the edge of their seats is on the edge of the table on what they need to do. It's RRQ having 9k gold lead in this game too. And with Elder Drake being up, Baron Nashor being up soon, it's going to be chaotic, especially knowing how RRQ plays wild in the Rift.
Yeah, FLA doesn't have enough space to fight this Elder Drake. They can't dilly-dally, they can't take their time like what they usually do in the entirety of the game, right? Because they don't have any towers anymore for a set. RRQ has, so they can afford to keep, you know, buying time and forcing FLA to go back to base for someone back and then clear the wave. So we'll see now what RRQ decides to do to make sure that happens.
Definitely. Resets are a good option, especially for Helios. Already built up to Black Cleaver, the Bloodthirster,
wow.
and the Storm Raider, even Infinity Edge. GA now locked in, so all items secured by RRQ. They're starting the Elder Drake.
This could be a potential 4v5. No, Helios is going back into that pit.
Yeah, and they're going for the flank potentially as Helios looks to go for the side. But FLA is corralled on a pinch. Geisha Fish already forced. Exosen jumping into the front lines. Go for 2-man stun. And RRQ is collapsing against FENNEL Adversity on top of the hill. The flash from Calm already forced. And now RRQ pushes FLA back.
No one died! No one died on the side of FLA, but look at the flashes, look at the summoner spells. Only Smite available, literally on the side of FLA. The Dragon resetted, but FLA doesn't have a lot of summoner spell resources anymore. Let's see, take 2 of this fight.
It's such a risky move. If they go in, they don't have flashes to go back away. So this is a one-way ticket if ever they contest. But RRQ still has this massive respect onto FENNEL Adversity that they have to back away. They're waiting for the right opportunity with Winions pushing on top lane.
Yeah, that's really good. FLA set the wave while they were getting Baron. They opened up topside, and because RRQ also took a little... FLA and RRQ took a bit of time, you know, with the tug of war in the Dragon Pit. They managed to get second tier tower as the minions were gathering. So this could be take 2. I mean, this will be take 2 of this potential fight. FLA definitely won that tussle. Even though they consumed so many summoner spells, they were able to prevent that Elder Drake take, meaning RRQ still doesn't have it. That means FLA can get a chance to recuperate, set the waves again, and prepare for this potential Dragon take.
Yeah, and there's not going to be a massive loss with Helios going on top lane to push the wave and shove the wave. Because he has TP. And Calm doesn't have any TP to go into the fight if ever RRQ forces this.
Oh yeah. This is going to be very, very tricky. RQ secures the scuttle once more. Actually, that has been a few minutes ago. That's going to expire a bit more. So FLA wants to put vision down, more information to see. Again, if they can take the fight, if they can go win, if they can prevent the take. Because this is one of those situations, Infinity. Whoever wins the dragon fight will win the game.
Absolutely. Especially that FENNEL Adversity only has 3 inhib turrets left. The top lane, even 1%, 1 bar remaining for FENNEL Adversity on that inhib turret. No, RRQ may just force this Elder Drake.
This is going to be scary. 2 Guardian Angels on the side of RRQ, none on the side of FLA. They have to make sure to pop it at least.
That's 3 people who has locked items already for RRQ. That's Chaz, that's Devil Day, that's Helios. The 3 players that we talked about, who are the pillars, who are the foundations of RRQ, but FLA might just start this. Thank you for the leash, RRQ.
Wait!
Oh, RRQ has stolen the Elder Dragon. You can't do this, Chad. This is illegal. And now FENNEL Adversity has to back away. Doming is already dead. RRQ has the numbers advantage. 3-man versus 5-man from RRQ. We know who has the advantage, and FENNEL Adversity has to retreat because RRQ is looking for the finish.
Oh my gosh! Even if FENNEL Adversity says thank you for the leash, Chaz says no, thank you for the leash.
Absolutely amazing, and RRQ will equalize the series in the grand finals.
Oh my gosh! It all boiled down to that Elder Drake fight. We saw the decision making in FENNEL Adversity where, okay, they left the pit. Let's not make it reset. I'm gonna put Tormented Soil on the bit to make sure that Elder Drake doesn't reset. And they continued, tried to be sneaky, but then everybody from RRQ was nearby. The split decision making to retaliate, jump into that pit, and steal that away from FENNEL Adversity. What a play from RRQ. This team, so patient. RRQ is able to match the patience of FENNEL Adversity, is able to match the slow-paced game of basically trading objectives in the first 2 dragons and then fighting at the 3rd Drake and then strong arming their way. And it all started with Devil J's stun in the Ocean Drake.
Yeah, and I remember talking about how Chaz is so mechanically gifted. This is what they did against Grind Sky in the lower bracket, right? They fought against Grind Sky. They went in for that Elder Drake, and Chaz just stole it out of the blue. Like, out of nowhere, he just jumps in and gets the steal. It's just crazy to think about how Chaz does it.
It looked so casual too. It was like jumping in and then, okay, we're gonna win this fight, by the way. It was just it looked very casual in our point of view. And, Chaz, best jungle PH, right? He has been on this Kha'Zix especially. He's been known for in this Kha'Zix, where we dubbed him, Kha'Zix, one of the iconic picks even during the Icon series. And this allows him to fly, leap across the map, being able to make plays as well. Not only being able to, isolate kills. Like, this is the winning moment. Like, this is where Chaz just goes in, casually steals, stasis. Okay, we got it. Mission accomplished. Time to clean up, everybody.
Yeah, it's like Mission Impossible there for a second. But because of Chaz being there, it's Mission Possible. They changed things up against FENNEL Adversity, and we are thinking FENNEL Adversity always consistent when it comes to the late game. Even if they are on a huge deficit, they can still win it. But RRQ showed big time, and of course, the Globe prepaid player of the game, it's Chaz on the Kha'Zix.
Yeah, gotta love that big steal at the end of that game. I mean, it was just a big tug of war between the Elder Drake. Who wants to start it? Whoever starts it might be at risk of getting jumped on because of positioning wise. You're gonna get stuck inside the pit. You're not gonna be on the retreat. You're gonna be basically backs against the wall. So there's that big tussle. Chaz, the rest of RQ, left the Dragon Pit. FENNEL didn't let it reset, but then they just immediately moved back and is able to trap, not only steal, trap the rest of FENNEL Adversity. Really props to Chaz again, especially on this Kha'Zix.
Yeah, and remember yesterday, right? We were talking about the highlighted players, the players that we need to look at, and Chaz was one of them. And we were thinking of a title, the King of the Jungle, like the champ of the jungle weight division. There's so much things that you can describe Chaz for, because he has defeated one of the rivals when it comes to that title, Sayonara, in the lower bracket finals. And now that we're here, it's showing value. That title is his and his alone.
Oh yeah, 100%. And you can't really leave your guard down against Ark when it comes to big objectives like the Elder Drake. It's one of in situations like that, if you can only prioritize eliminating the jungler almost every time, eliminate Chaz almost every time you wanna contest objectives, just to make sure it doesn't get stolen from you. So it's crazy. It's really crazy. I can see now why they want to ban the Olaf. Olaf has a lot of, well, aside from composition wise, I can see why every time Chaz is also going to be on an Olaf, he can just press Ragnarok and get a steal again as well.
Yeah, he's just gonna walk casually, right? We talked about how Kha'Zix just jump into the Dragon Pit. It's crazy. And right now, this is Grand Finals. This is the last hurrah. It's FENNEL Adversity and RRQ equalizing the series 1-1. We're gonna take a short break, but when we come back, it's Game 3 that changes things up.
They've been trying for too long, but they could never stop me. They could never stop me. Don't they know that I'm too strong? Nothing's gonna stop me. Nothing's gonna stop me. So don't get in my way. The dams are about to break. I don't care what they say. I'm more than they can take. But they don't see the struggle in my mind. And I just think of stopping all the time. But I can't. I'll make my journey through the hellfire. Determination on my side. Nothing's gonna stop me. Nothing's gonna stop me. They're telling me to run and hide, but they could never stop me. They could never stop me. So don't get in my way. The dams are about to break. I don't care what they say. I'm more than they can take. But they don't see the struggle in my mind. And I just think of stopping all the time, but I can't. I'll make my journey through the hellfire. I'll just tear down another empire. Never hold me back, hold me back. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut.
Whatever it takes, wherever it takes me, I'm never gonna stop, no, no. Whatever it takes, wherever it takes me, I'm never gonna stop, no, no. Whatever it takes, wherever it takes me, I'm never gonna stop, no, no. Whatever it takes, whatever it takes me, I'm never gonna stop, no, no.
I'm never gonna stop, no, no. I'll make my journey through the hellfire. I'll just tear down another empire. Never hold me back, hold me back. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut. Whatever it takes, whatever it takes me, I'm never gonna stop, no, no. Whatever it takes, whatever it takes me. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut.
I can't help myself, and I really wanna show you that I wanna get to know you. Believe what I told you, and I can't help myself. When I look into your eyes, I see you don't wanna fight. There's no need to stop trying, because I'll never give up on you, even if that's what you want me to do. Give me a chance, 'cause I know I can prove, baby, the last thing I want is to lose you. And I can feel the pain inside of us, and I know I can change for your love. Oh baby, I don't mind, 'cause your love's so hard to find. I wanna make it right. Every last bit of my heart I give to you.
Welcome back, everyone, to the grand finals of WCS Philippines between FENNEL University and RRQ. The battle of the opposites, wherein RRQ is all brute force and FLA is controlled aggression.
Oh, that's what we saw. Game number 1, game number 2. And I like the adaptation coming from RRQ, right? They were able to adjust and play along with, okay, you want to slow the game down. It's totally fine. We're going to fight you at the third dragon. That is exactly what they did. They were able to outmaneuver FENNEL adversity, and as well as being able to secure and steal that Elder Drake. So I want to keep seeing these picks that allow them to be aggressive, allow them to set up more and outplay these team fights. And that's what Devil J did in the Riven. Something, a band that I am expecting in this game is the Riven. I think the Riven is too good on RQ's side. There's 3 people that can play Riven so well. Chaz, Devil J, Helios is just too good on RQ's side. So I am expecting that ban, so now it's gonna be open. I think RRQ is fine to let the Jace go in the ban this time around. I think the Karma just enables so many on the side of FENNEL adversity, so I don't see that changing. What I'm seeing though is Riven just out the window. Do not let RRQ use that champion.
Absolutely. Eyes on the draft later on for the viewers and the fans watching at home, but just looking at this one, right? We pictured this last night in our discussions between talents, between these grand finals, between these teams, that we begged the question, is FENNEL adversity going to give in under the chaos of FENNEL adversity? But it looks like it's the opposite, right? RRQ is giving in to this controlled aggression, this discipline, this organization or organized type of playstyle that FENNEL adversity is doing. You want to play late? We're gonna play late, bringing up the Senna and bringing up the Gray. So such an exciting moment. But now we have switching sides. We're jumping into the draft with RRQ now on blue and FLA now on red.
This is gonna be a bit different now with the sides changing, because for 2 straight games, you've been seeing FLA having to be always on blue side, but the bans still seem to remain. You know, all of these target bans that RRQ doesn't want to touch, basically, it feels, because the Jax, right, even if it can scale incredibly strong, I think it may be too slow to RRQ's liking, so they decide, even if we can play it, let's just not play it this time around. So let's just make sure that the Riven is open. There's still that respect. So for FLA, let's see. I mean, Garen was a huge deal in game number 1, so I wonder if RRQ is gonna let that through.
Yeah, it's an
ban the Riven. Ban the Riven.
yeah, we need to see that happening. As you stated, Riven is just so flexible. It can go to Double J, it can go to Chaz, it can go to Helios, right? And a while ago in game number 2, RRQ's first 3 picks are so flexible. And right now, once again, Karma being banned away because it just enables so much champs, as you stated, pre-draft for game 3.
Yeah, it's just a lot. But it seems that FLA will stick to not allowing this Olaf, not allowing that aggression being on the side of RRQ. You can just ignore all the CCs in the world and just head straight for the taking, for the fight. And that's gonna be the Fiora that the panel has been waiting for. All 3 people on the side of RRQ can also play that. It still can be towards Devil J, Chaz, or Helios.
Yeah, and Chaz playing this champion, it is the most picked for the jungle in RRQ's side for the regular season. So expect a lot of things here for RRQ. A split push comp can be that ideal situation with Zed being available as well. Now, FENNEL adversity locking onto Garen first pick. Another expectations that you set a while ago in the draft.
Yeah, I don't think RRQ will be deterred to pick the Zed again, because this can be flexed in the mid lane once more, and especially FLA is on red side, they can move things around a bit more and react on what RRQ is going to pick. So this will scare off Helios a little bit, unless, you know, they're going to full commit on double assassins once more. But something that we haven't really seen earlier is the Hullbreaker. So I believe this will enable the Heartbreaker on the Fiora, and having that Senna means FLA is going to have a very safe lane for Danny. So what can you pair this with? Do you pick the Galio up, deny that away from Exosen, or will this be the time?
Ooh, there we go.
RRQ, yeah, it's set.
It's set. Now locked in by RRQ. And I'm seeing RRQ, if they don't deny the Gragas, it can be locked in by FENNEL adversity. They played this quite frequently already for the side of FLA. And it looks like it's going to be left open. If FLA doesn't pick this up, it could be banned away.
Oh, that's the scary part, right? Because you want to see if you can match either that engage, that AoE engage that Set brings to the table. So either the Gragas or the Galio, and they're going to be selecting the Gragas or the Galio.
The Galio.
It's going to be the Galio. It's going to be the Galio, everybody. So this works. The Senna Galio lane still can be very strong, has a lot of poke with the winds of war. You have a lot of sustain. So either way, safe lane, and you can stabilize the lane, which is exactly what FLA wants. And the fact that you have global presence with the Dawning Shadow and semi-global in the form of the hero's entrance. So this works so well. RQ wants to keep fighting, wants to initiate fights, and Raph is going to fly across the map for sure and make sure that everyone's safe, or they can turn things around.
Yeah, and what FLA is doing, this is the cost of just having 3 super flexible picks. They have to respect that top lane. They have to respect that superpower that RRQ has, which is Akali for one, for the top side, for top lane. Devil J playing Akali is just so insane, but this begs the question because Rakan is open, Gragas is open. These are two champions that Exosen has played in the past. His top picks in the regular season as well. So with one ban left for FENNEL Adversity, one will surely be left open for RRQ.
Is this gonna be a Oriana ban from the side of RRQ, like we saw with UDG banning all the possible enablers? I mean, Diana can deliver Galio, but I'm not sure what else is left for that big delivery system. If we look into the jungle pool, Rengar would be second best, aside from Kha'Zix, because Thrill of the Hunt into that Grand Heroes entrance rather for delivery for Raph, so that's also an option.
Lee Sin is open for Doming. Lee Sin can be picked up, one of his most picked champions, but Graze being that dependence when it comes to damage, because having the Senna in your lineup doesn't really shout damage in the early game.
Yeah, it shouts utility, it shouts shields and heals for the team, and as well as the mist to make sure that everybody's safe, and it's also good for big roaming potential. So I was looking for the Riven. I thought FLA is going to pick that up for themselves, but that's going to be a no. It's still going to be towards Chaz here, possibly Chaz rather, because again, it is definitely one of his best picks when we look at the regular season.
Yeah, definitely. And having this complete Bruiser lineup, well, except for Morgana, but considering that Morgana really just goes in when it comes to team fight, Gragas could be that option. But instead, they're relying on Lucian to deal a lot of distress, a lot of damage when it comes to mid-game, late game.
They still don't know where this is gonna go. This Lucian can still go towards Devil J. There's still a lot of mystery. So FLA, do they pick the Darius here by any chance to make sure? Yes, there you go. Because it's the safest pick you can do without having to guess so much. Because either way, someone's gonna get that ranged matchup in the solo lane. Someone's gonna get the Lucian. Unless this is a Lucian bot, for Marky, this is gonna switch things up. But I am guessing this still could be towards Helios and Devil J. So one of the melee champions that is either Darius or Garen is gonna get that unfortunate ranged matchup.
I'm gonna throw it out there. Morgana Lucian bot lane. Riven mid lane? Oh wait, but first Seth can go top lane and then Fior can go jungle. Right? This is a new type of draft that RRQ can do, but still at this point, what the viewers doesn't know, we see the first 3 picks. Sure, we all know this, but coming into the last few picks, we don't know what's gonna happen. Now RRQ is going for a different lineup than we expected.
Yeah, we know that Garen or the Darius is gonna get that unfortunate ranged matchup. So, I mean, at least it's not the assassin matchup that we saw against the Zed before, but now we see that option of having a lot of early game damage on the side of early game and consistent damage on the side of Helios for that Lucian. So I think for team fights, I really think RRQ can be scary. So now with the double tanks on the side of FLA, their job before was to make sure that kills don't fall. But there's 0 assassins on the side of RRQ this time around. You wonder how Common Arise can survive these fights, even if they're tanks, even if they're bruisers.
So a lot at stakes on the line, a lot of pressure on Calm and Arise's shoulders. We'll see how this would turn out for game number 3. As we jump into the Rift, this game changes things up, changes the standing in this grand finals.
Oh yeah, this is huge. Look at Helios. We talked about the range matchup, right? Someone's going to be unfortunately losing priority in lane. You're not necessarily neutralizing the lane, but if you don't get priority, that means Helios as a ranged champion on the Lucian with a lot of early damage. Look at what he did. He farmed a bit of the Raptor camp of doming there by that portion of that side. So this is scary. And the fact that the mid and jungle duo, Doming and Arise, they don't have CC. They can't hold Helios down if they want to gank him. The only time he's gonna die if he's super overextended. But Helios has Flash. Helios has Relentless Pursuit. He's able to just jump out. Unless, you know, the silence is long enough for him to not use any skill and die. That's the only chance for FLA, who is able to, like, secure the kill on Helios in the mid lane.
Yeah, he's definitely not going to have the greatest of times in the mid lane. He's not going to have prio. It's a range versus melee matchup. And having Helios in consideration, one of the best mid laner in WCS and even in the whole Philippines, it's definitely going to be a hard time for Arise to battle against. And right now, we're seeing the goal difference. right? And the only CC dependence that they're gonna have is going to be Rafi and Danny. And yes, Calm as the upper hand, it can hook a lot of these members, but that huge CC is going to be on that duo lane on the bottom side of this game. It's Rafi and Danny with huge dependence on the team fighting of FLA.
Yeah, and speaking of team fight, right? Who's gonna deliver the hero's entrance? Are we expecting Domeng to dash in and that's the delivery system? Or will FLA wait for RQ to jump on them and then that's the time the hero's entrance will come in? And take note that, you know, Agalio has that magic shield, and that magic shield will only be very beneficial to Marky's damage. The rest of RQ is going to be painfully AD, so we'll have to see how FLA is able to maneuver and make sure that they're able to use Raf's kit in the skirmishes or in the fights later on.
And I feel like it's going to be Arise. Arise will be the frontliners who will be that main engage for FENNEL adversity. Because who else are they going to depend on when it comes to the engages? Yes, Calm can do it, but he is on the weak side of the map. He's on top side, battling against Devil J with the Fiora, a split pushing champion. So you really can't just leave behind Devil J on top lane, because if you leave it open, then Devil J can just get the advantage for RRQ in pushing the turrets, in getting the gold advantage in the early game. So there could be huge dependence on the Rise to set the team up for the hero's entrance.
Yeah, it's gonna be a very slow one. Like you dash, you scream Demacia, you raise your sword.
Ooh. Calm. What? That is risky move there, but Danny here on the backside, use the flash, gets the first blood.
Wow. I mean, FLA rotated in the mid lane, and usually you see action from FLA if like reactive.
Going for the showstopper, brings him under the turret. Phase breaker to follow up. The CC chain is flawless, and Chaz gets the first blood.
Nicely done reaction. FLA, I think, overstayed their welcome a little bit there. They wanted to get more of that wave, and Exosen was able to rotate topside and then even out the scoreboard. Like, okay, bonus gold for FLA for getting first blood, but at the same time, they wanted to get that play on board to make sure that they have space to get the Rift Herald. But because Danny perished by that pickoff, now it's even ground again. Now it's a big 5v5.
Oh, but look at the 4-man roam for FENNEL adversity. That shadow is going to be such a huge utility. And a while ago, we asked, like, who's going to engage? All of them. All of them is going to engage with that shadow.
Yeah, with the mist, making sure that everything's hidden. Araki doesn't have information how FLA can enter the pit. But this is going to be a trade of objectives here, Infinity. It seems to me FLA still managed to get what the plan was in mind. They wanted to get more space. Because we know what RRQ's plan is. By locking in the Fiora, they have that potential of that 4-1 split push. And having that Rift Herald means they can get more space by opening the map first and making sure that they have that leeway before Devil J split push.
Although this is a very interesting tale. It's the first game that FENNEL adversity prioritized the Rift Herald. But now, Showstopper comes through. Doming uses the flash to go back away. It has to retreat. It's a 4-man roam from RRQ.
Yeah, they definitely want to open up the map even more, or rather now. Because we talked about this before, Devil J now picking up the Divine Sunder here. So it's not a hull breaker. It is something for sustain in the fights later on. 2 games in a row in this entire series, we've seen no hull breaker. Meanwhile, on the previous playoffs games, there were a lot of hull breaker matches. So I imagine if that's what the team is going for, if this is what the teams are going for, we're gonna see more of those big 5v5s, of those contests on the third Drake, where it's a full-on 5v5, RQ tries to outplay. So for FLA, they have a little bit of timer before the big 5v5s enter the play.
Or even maybe the second Drake, because that's the Infernal Dragon that we're talking about. And with huge consideration that RRQ has the Lucian, that mid-game, late-game fight with an Infernal Dragon in their disposal, RRQ is going to deal so much damage. Arise is not going to be even a tank anymore. He's going to be a normal bruiser that's going to walk into a team fight and just going to get melted by Lucian.
Yeah, on paper, right? there's 4 melee champions on RRQ. We talked about this in game number 1, where this is where a Darius and a Garen can thrive. If there's just so many melee champions on the opposite side, you'll be able to get value off of your skills because everybody's close. Both of you spin, both of you can get sustain, both of you is able to get easily those resets, especially Calm on this Darius one, because everybody except Helios is going to be on that range advantage. I consider a Morgana, even if you're ranged, you still need to go near to take advantage of the Soul Shackle, so you're going to be in melee range of everything.
Yeah, and with Graves going to the side of FENNEL Adversity, with a consideration that he's melee, quote-unquote melee, the only ranged champion of FLA is going to be Danny on that Senna. And Senna's not going to deal that much damage because he scales when it comes to time. He scales when it comes to the late game. And right now, he still doesn't have the Divine Thunder that he's building onto. He only has 4.2k gold in this game number 3 in 7 minutes. So there is still a lot of time that FENNEL Adversity has to consider for them to even deal damage in this game.
Yeah, the pressure will solely rely on, again, Common Rise, and as well as Doming here on the Graves to deal the supplementary damage. I mean, Danny can deal damage, but it's very slow. Sort of thing coming from the Senna at this point of the game. So they're definitely, you know, having that Executioner's Calling will cover a lot of ground when it comes to removing some of the healing potential on the side of RQ, especially, you know, we see Helios on the board here for that sustain on these fights. So I'm expecting, again, this is going to be slow game. Like, we're looking at 10 minutes into the game. But what you said earlier, Infinity, where they can contest the Infernal Drake, we've seen FLA before, you know, give up some of these objectives where they prioritize Rift Herald to make sure that they can open up the map more, especially mid lane. If they want to constrict RRQ's map space to potentially make kills and plays, get the mid lane.
Yeah, and it's really confusing right now because FENNEL Adversity doesn't really have that much damage, and RRQ is matching the pace. You're looking at Helios, who has the most gold to the side of RRQ. So there is also an option for FENNEL Adversity to just match against the tide, not towards it, with Rift Herald being there, similar to what they did in the first objective. But as I said, this is going to be a huge deficit if they leave the Infernal Drake open.
Yeah, that's true. Look at them first now. RQ moving at the opposite of the map. They're gonna trade this.
Surprising. They're not going for the fight against FENNEL Adversity on the Infernal Drake. And with them walking towards the Rift Herald, they are a bit late. Exosun is here, Martin is here to go for the engage. And it looks like RRQ Chaz is going to get that Rift Herald. Almost getting stolen, but not gonna pull through.
Okay, I see it, right? Because you're trading damage stats in versus gold infused on your top laner or your solo laners, which is Devil J is able to you know, soak everything at the top side, being able to get all those turret plates. So if you get all the gold, that means you are also able to get the hold that thought. I think he's fine. I think
he's fine. He has flash, he has ignite, he has some dash.
He's more than fine.
Oh, but Exosen going under the turret, going for the flank. Exosen is really low, but that turret not gonna deal damage onto Exosen, and Exosen's just gonna flash and walk away.
That was a bit worrying. I mean, that was a really nice flank, but it's a Garen that can be tanky. I can't imagine the second item could potentially be a Guardian Angel if they want to get in the thick of things. Because earlier in the second game, RQ had a lot of Guardian Angels and FLA didn't have. So, or Sterax, that is actually true. That is definitely also an option. Righteous Glory pickup enchant on the side of Arise here. So maybe you're right, Infinity. It is Arise going to be delivering Wrath to the battlefield here by charging in front of everybody.
Right now, RRQ, Rift Herald spawn in the mid lane. That's a turret secured for RRQ, and this happened in game number 2, wherein RRQ broke the tier 1 turret mid lane and just won the game. So we'll see how FENNEL Adversity does this, because right now, when it comes to turrets, RRQ has the advantage.
Yeah, map control for the side of RQ, and we know how FLA can struggle a little bit after losing, you know, map control. That's where they thrive. They want to slow down the game, but at the same time,
it's Hallbreaker Arise.
Oh, it's Hallbreaker.
This is interesting. But
They're
right now,
going.
FENNEL Adversity going for an engage here. RRQ has to retreat to 4-man roam from FENNEL Adversity. But RRQ is very safe. They still have their flashes on. And FENNEL Adversity has to respect this because if they go in, they can get punished.
This could be the potential stabilizer. Because Hullbreaker, if you're alone, you're Garen already, right? So it makes you're already innately tanky. So if you have Hullbreaker and you want to survive a potential 1v1 against whoever's going to split push, like, okay, on paper, Devil J, it's going to make you even tankier. So I can imagine why this could be the pickup. It's not to necessarily try to split push himself, but try to match and make sure he doesn't die if RRQ jumps on him.
But it's interesting, right? FENNEL Adversity doesn't have any frontliners that could set up the hero's entrance. It's only Arise that could do it. But having the Hullbreaker, you're not expecting FENNEL Adversity to constantly go for team fights with Arise being a part of it. Because of this specific item. So it's an interesting scenario for FENNEL Adversity, but I feel like what they're doing is they're not really going for team fights. They have the hero's entrance ready if ever RRQ forces it, but they're not gonna pull through for an all-in against RRQ if they are on disadvantage. Once again, reiterating the playstyle for FENNEL Adversity. They're not gonna go for a fight if they know they are at a disadvantage.
Yeah, I think they want to even out the towers because you talked about how tower-wise, map control, that's what FLA wants. He bought a teleport. He can teleport.
Yeah, now hero's entrance. Onto Domeng, that's a knock-up onto Exocent. Taunt to follow through FLA. Gets a numbers advantage immediately into the fight. Brain Chaz now coming through. Helios dealing a free hit. But look at Arise, just so tanky. Helios can't do damage, and now FENNEL Adversity has the 2 kills against RRQ against 1. So 2-for-1 trade in that fight alone.
How about this Infinity? Maybe they don't need a delivery system. Maybe they just need RRQ to go near them, and then the hero's entrance will kick in as a reactive scenario, because this is exactly what RRQ wants. They want to go in, and then Raph will follow through. And we saw how Arise bought a teleport. Devil J forced back to buy a teleport as well to match the solo lane presence and how Arise can join a team fight later. And this is what I like, the adjustments coming from RRQ. But that was the third dragon, right, Infinity? It was the fight of the third dragon. And who won? It was FLA. And looking at the scoreboard now, 14 minutes. We're gonna see if they can get this. Devil J has teleport. Arise cannot split push because he doesn't have teleport. So Devil J has a lot of time.
Yeah, and FENNEL Adversity gonna secure that Mountain Drake. And Helios with the culling, not enough damage to bring down Calm. Exocen looking for Raph. Raph with a Proto Belt gonna go back to safety. And this is what we talked about a while ago, how Arise can just defend that split push from Devil J and TP go into the team fight. Hero's entrance would be that safety net if ever FENNEL Adversity would be in danger. But because of the Hullbreaker, you don't have enough damage. The Nation Justice almost secures it, but not enough. Not enough.
Yeah, they don't want to overcommit because they don't know where the rest of RRQ members are at. They have no vision at the top portion of that river. So that's why even though Devil J was so close to dying, Arise didn't want to overcommit. I think he even had Flash, but he doesn't want to overcommit. And this is the FLA playstyle that we've known them from before. And now that Devil J has Hullbreaker, this is... the towers are going to melt. And FLA cannot afford to dilly-dally in some of these objectives because you know Devil J is going to melt down these towers, and he has managed to keep his teleport. And I know by the time FLA and RRQ are going to be fighting again, Arise's teleport is going to be up. So I think that's something good at least. And the fact that I believe Arise is now going to be building towards that Guardian Angel for more survivability and to deny any sort of kill potential that RRQ wants.
Yeah, and this is the item that you were looking for, right? Expecting the GA coming in from Arise, because he is the frontliner for FENNEL Adversity. He will be that atmosphere setter for FENNEL Adversity to win on those team fights. To have that silence can change the tides in their favor. So definitely having that GA will give you that second life to disrupt how RRQ will be able to go into team fights and try and win against FENNEL Adversity on those 5v5s. And right now, Devil J, Hullbreaker. So evenly matched up onto Arise and Devil J.
Yeah, which is super scary, right? Because while Arise is innately tanky, we saw earlier how he's able to burst down Devil J. So Devil J has to be careful still and can exactly be comfortable, even though he's a Fiora scaling into the late game, which we're almost going towards because we're beyond that 15-minute mark. And this is where a Fiora can shine, and it's going to be a huge nuisance in the map, which FLA, as much as possible, we've seen them shine as a group, as a team, when they're all together, as a cohesive unit, when they get into these 5v5s, when they get into these clean 5v5s. So without Arise there, being able to still teleport, I think that's what definitely RRQ wants.
Yeah, absolutely. And right now, Danny, we're talking about damage that lacks when it comes to the early game. But look at Senna right now. Black Cleaver, Divine Sunder. These two items alone can alleviate some of the damage that's lacking from that dual lane here in the late game and is building onto RFC. So when it comes to that late game, when he builds that poke is gonna hurt so much against RRQ.
Oh yeah, definitely. Now that we're also looking at Danny into the late game. And I like this from FLA as well. They're proactively trying to look for picks because they can't leave Arise alone with Devil J. There is a potential where you can just knock all the vital points of Arise. I mean, he can heal everything back eventually, but can't take their time.
There's the miss once again. The retreat to go back to safety, but Devil J very low. With Arise using the Mash Injustice, Devil J is put on a corner. He has to retreat, especially the Elder Drake coming up in 15 seconds.
He had to hold his Flash. He had to make sure that Flash is available for this next crucial fight. We're down at it again, Infinity. We're looking at even gold, almost even kills. 18 minutes into the game, 5 collective kills. We're looking at a low kill count again. And it will all boil down to this fight in the Elder Drake. Whoever wins this fight will have a bigger chance in winning this game. They'll have those extra stats to work with. So we'll see how FLA decides to fight this.
Especially with FLA having 2 dragons already in their pockets. They have true damage that will just shred RRQ. They need this, and RRQ has to contest. Because if they don't, it's true damage haven for FLA.
They also have 2 Guardian Angels here. We'll see. Arise can evenly match against Devil J. We saw that earlier, but it's gonna take time. Half HP already on the Elder Drake.
Calm, apprehend onto Exosend. Followed through by the Decimate will not deal enough damage. The Elder Drake, look at Raffi though, going for the taunt on the front lines. Exosend is brought to half HP. Chaz
exhaust.
Going through, putting
Teleport.
Raffi's HP at a very low state, but calm! Jay is gonna be popped. TP's now coming through, and FENNEL Adversity wants to go for this fight. It's very low. Calm is already dead.
Oh my gosh.
RQ has the numbers advantage, but FENNEL Adversity pulling through. And RQ doesn't want to fight it because they already got what they came for.
Yeah, they were able to manage to get a kill, and that's 40 seconds without Calm. There's a Guardian Angel already picked up by Devil J. Already 1 Guardian Angel popped on the side of FLA.
RFC.
So that is RQ really, really happy to know. And the only thing left is Arise's Guardian Angel for sure.
Yeah. And Danny already locked in onto RFC, Black Fever, Divine Thunder. This is what we talked about, so those pokes are gonna hurt definitely against RRQ, especially with a lot of these frontliners. FENNEL Adversity could be in that safety net, with Danny just dealing long-range engage and long-range damage.
Oh, Calm has teleport, Devil J has not. So if Calm responds 5 seconds after, he can teleport and make into a 4v5, but the base, they might lose their base.
Yeah, and FENNEL Adversity has to retreat one of their members to contest Devil J's push. Now it's RRQ on the advantage here with Calm nowhere to be found for FENNEL Adversity to fight this. Raffi is down low with Helios going for some pokes. It's Showstopper from Exosend going to go into the back lines, and Raffi is already down. No engage for FENNEL Adversity, and the top inhib turret is down.
Remember, the one equipped to face Devil J is Arise, not Calm. Arise, he built different to make sure that he can match Devil J. But look at this, it's just Calm stuck in the base. He has to face Devil J.
Yeah, both of these teams have huge respects onto the Elder Dragon. If one team takes this, this is game over. Regardless, RRQ having that inhib turret top lane already pushed. This is a natural lane pressure in advantage for RRQ.
Oh yeah, this is you mentioned natural lane pressure at the top portion of the map. Especially it's the opposite side of where the Elder Drake is. So that's very convenient for RRQ to have more space to take the Elder Drake. FLA, they cannot do the Dragon Dance. They cannot afford to do the Dragon Dance at the Elder Drake because of their base already open. Devil J is gonna easily melt through a lot of things, a lot of your structures. Look at Arise. He's back towards top side again. He's the only one at the moment built because of that Hull Breaker pickup. Calm doesn't have a Hull Breaker. He's going to be very squishy versus Devil J. So it has to be a Rise. It has to be a Rise. Calm still has his teleport. So that means he's going to lose those offensive stats in the potential 4v4 or 4v5 or 5v5 in this next Elder Drake take.
Yeah, and a while ago, right? RRQ and FENNEL University was playing the Dragon Dance with Devil J split pushing top lane. But remember, we can see the TP cooldowns of Devil J, but they can't. So they are unsure on what they need to do. And once again, Devil J's TP now open. FENNEL University has this advantage. 2-man gone for FENNEL University to even go for this fight. As Exosen, Showstopper to go into the back line. Traffy go for the taunt. And Exosen is very low. But FENNEL will not secure the kill. But that was a delayed 1-for-1 trade for RQ and FENNEL.
Yeah, crazy amount of damage coming from the side of RRQ. You think Exosen was about to fall, but no. Haymaker, thick shields, double teleport going in.
Yeah, the Stacy's enchant will buy some time for FENNEL Adversity to come through, but the Dark Binding is just so flawless. And Marky, with the ultimate, he's going for it. That's one man already down. GA gonna be popped for Calm. As Senna has to use the flash to go back away. Stacy's enchant, you can't use your ult. You don't even have your ult. And RRQ is pushing top lane.
Oh, they're gonna finish the game. This is 35 seconds for the rest. And they're gonna clean slate? No? Devil J?
Gonna be popped. Yeah, but the super minions now pushing through. Danny is very low as well. Devil J can finish this fight. Danny, 1 HP. The super minions creeping in. 2 TPs into the base. RRQ is looking for the finish. They're going for the base. They're going for the Nexus. But FENNEL Adversity has all the teams here. All the members defending the Nexus. But one more TP coming through from Devil J. 2 TPs now coming up. The Nexus. 1k HP left as RRQ gets the advantage in the series. 2-1 against FLA.
A slow and steady game where we are only seeing fights by the third dragon, by the Elder Drake. The patience coming from RRQ. They're matching the patience of FENNEL Adversity. They know that FENNEL is just going to try to play slow. They're going to try to be a little finding picks here and there. RRQ not giving in. They're giving it to FLA, like say, hey, okay, we agree. We're going to fight you at the dragon, and we know we are going to win because individually speaking, we can try to outplay you, and we can try to unlock that 4-1 split push where no one can deal with Devil J, and we can afford to just prolong the Dragon Dance, but they, FLA, cannot.
Yeah, it's crazy to think about, right? Because when we look at the history of FENNEL Adversity, they're good at split pushing. Their main comp is split pushing. But right now, it's a different story. RRQ is picking their poison, the same poison that FLA used in the past, to match it up against them. Devil J, this constant pressure is just amazing and insane that won RRQ the game.
It's crazy. It's crazy how RRQ just not allowing FLA to dictate the pace of the game. We've seen this fight. Look at the highlight. It jumped from what, 4 minutes into the game into 10 minutes into the game because that was our next fight. And that's RQ not exactly like giving in to FLA's choice of how they play, you know, the Rift, Wild Rift, but it's them saying, fine, because we know when we fight, we're gonna win in the end because of our composition, because of the split push pressure that Devil J will provide later on. They're totally fine because they got scaling coming from Devil J later for 4-1 and no one can deal with them. Yes, you can slow down Devil J's push with Arise, with Calm, or with Arise only because he's the only one built against Devil J. Calm didn't have Hull Breaker. He cannot match the tankiness and the sustain that Devil J had. So at that point, you can tell how FLA was so torn. Like, oh my gosh, Calm is the one defending against Devil J. He has teleport now. Oh no, he's still stuck with its teleport. So this 4-man is going to be a bit awkward because he doesn't have that proto belt into apprehend. So it's so crazy how we just watched that game.
Yeah, it's a lot of these back and forths. And the back and forths are just a couple of times in 20 minutes, in 13 minutes, in 7 minutes. The time span between those fights is just so long. But when it comes to that end game push, It's a Globe Prepaid player of the game. It's Devil J has that Fiora that ended the game, that won it for RRQ.
You know, Infinity, when we see player of the game, the Globe Prepaid player of the game, we always see kill participation is above 50%, is at least 80% above. But kill participation 25% is a big deal. It means that impact in the game of split pushing was so good. He wasn't needed in that fight. He made a lot of space for RRQ in the entirety of the series, from that Ocean Drake into the Elder Drake at the end of the match. So it's so crazy.
Yeah.
Arise and Combat just scramble around, see how they can match. I mean, at one point, Arise could, but Fiora scaling is just an entirely different level, and no one can face him on the side of FLA.
And when was the last time we saw a player in that MVP spot having one KDA?
No,
One
that's true.
KDA. It's crazy. It's crazy coming in from RRQ. But as we said, it's game 3 that changes the tides in this grand finals, where RRQ now has the advantage in this series 2-1 against FENNEL Adversity. But right now, the series is not over. There is more. There's a lot of ways to go. That is game number 3, ladies and gents. We're going to take a short break, but don't go away, because when we come back, it's game 4 of the grand finals.
I can't help myself, and I really wanna show you that I wanna get to know you. Believe what I told you, and I can't help myself. When I look into your eyes, I see you don't wanna fight. There's no need to stop trying, because I'll never give up on you, even if that's what you want me to do. Give me a chance, cause I know I can prove. Baby, the last thing I want is to lose you. Chance for love, and I know I need every single moment with you, cause I finally found the one that makes me feel at home. And so I'll never give up on you, even if that's what you want me to do. Give me a chance, cause I know I can prove. Baby, the last thing I want is to lose you. And I can feel the pain inside of us. Sorry that I had to leave you waiting. You deserve more than I ever gave you. You can fall into my arms. Yeah, I promise I can change for your love. Oh baby, I don't mind, cause your love's so hard to find. control. Start listening to my soul. Overlooking back. Where's the point in that? And it feels good, so good. Coming back again. Rising up, above. Fear and its pain. Letting go of memories. Knowing they can't define me. Rising up, above. Feels good. Starting to believe what will be, will be. Overlooking back. Where's the point in that? And it feels good, so good. Coming back again. Rising up, above. Fear and its pain. Letting go of memories. Knowing they can't define me. Rising up, above. Feels good. It feels good. It feels good. Feels good. It feels so good. And it feels good, so good. Coming back again. Rising up, above. Fear and its pain. Letting go of memories. Knowing they can't define me. Rising up, above. Feels good. I won't give you up. My heart's beating up. Give me your love. Just lose your mind. And you can have all my love when this is over. I'll trust you with my life when this is over. Need you here by my side when this is over. So stay with me. I won't give you up. Let me pull you closer. My heart's beating up. Feel it taking over. Give me your love till the night is over. Take my hand and trust in me. Just lose your mind. Just lose your mind. We faced every demon within. We fight every battle and win. Now we're much stronger than before. I won't give you up. My heart's beating up. Give me your love. Just lose your mind. And you can have all my love when this is over. I'll trust you with my life when this is over. Need you here by my side when this is over. So stay with me. I won't give you up. Let me pull you closer. My heart's beating up. Feel it taking over. Give me your love till the night is over. Take my hand and trust in me. Just lose
trying for too long, but they could never stop me. They could never stop me. Don't they know that I'm too strong? Nothing's gonna stop me. Nothing's gonna stop me. So don't get in my way. The dams are about to break. I don't care what they say. I'm more than they can take. But they don't see the struggle in my mind. And I just think of stopping all the time. But I can't. I'll make my journey through the hellfire. I'll just tear down another empire. Never hold me back, hold me back. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut.
Welcome back, everyone, to the grand finals here in WCS Philippines. I'm Infinity and this is Riku, and we're now at Game 4 here in the grand finals.
I know, it's crazy, right? RRQ is one win away from match point into our series because it's a BO7. We could be here for the long haul. So if I were you, I'd over there watching. If I were you, I'd order some snacks for some early dinner because I feel like this could be going to a BO7. And looking at the trend, Infinity, our average games are always Elder Drake. We've graduated from the 15-minute average time to now 20 minutes and beyond. It's that insane. It's that intense. The build up and the how tense the first 10 minutes is of, you know, not giving as much as possible not giving early kills and then trading objectives and fighting at the third Drake. We're in it for the long ride here, Infinity.
Yeah, and initially, right, a while ago, we were talking about the game durations in the regular season, where both these teams met, and you talked about the 14-minute games. And right now, it's such an ironic situation, wherein what we're seeing is 20-minute games for each and every single game that we're seeing here in the grand finals.
It's crazy. I mean, yeah, we looked back at FENNEL Adversity's track record. They love these 20-minute games. They thrive in these games where they're able to slowly but surely, you know, surgically remove your towers, the enemy towers, and eventually the Nexus. And they're satisfied as long as the kills are minimized. That's where they thrive. RRQ, on the other hand, is, at least during the group stages, we're the complete opposite. They thrive in the chaos, in the mess. They want the skirmishes. They want the early fights. They want early kills for their solo laners, like Helios, like Devil J. But that doesn't matter now. They have adapted through FENNEL Adversity's playstyle of, okay, you're gonna trade objectives. Okay, that's fine. See you later in 15 minutes or so, like 30 minutes and 15 minutes when the third dragon spawns. See you there later, okay? We'll catch you there. That's exactly what's been happening. And then whoever wins the Elder Drake is gonna win the game. And the thing is, there's a new factor in town, which is Devil J split push, the 4-1 configuration. So now FLA subbing out Calm, bringing in Horizon.
Yeah, and they have to switch it up. A while ago in game number 1, we see the Fiora being banned away, but in game 2, game 3, FENNEL Adversity let it through, and they were punished with that. And now RRQ, what are they gonna do with the first ban being the Karma on blue side and FLA on red?
No surprises there. RRQ. What I want to see in FLA's draft, I feel like the Riven is just so strong. Or the Fiora ban. I feel like we're gonna give up one thing, which is, you're torn, right? You still want to keep the Olaf in check. You want to keep him on a tight leash, but you have to face the potential Devil J Fiora again, and you have to face the just so many things like the Riven again, right? So now FLA decides to ban out the Fiora. What's going to be open this time? Are they going to be opening the Fiora? Is the Jace going to be open? Well, there's just so many questions now with the adaptation of BO7s.
Yeah. Fiora being banned away by FENNEL Adversity, they have this huge respect up against Devil J, and RRQ, surprisingly enough, is gonna ban away one of their highlight champions. Kali being banned away by RRQ is such a surprise.
Yeah, this is the biggest factor, right? Because Horizon bringing in this series, in this game, meaning, okay, let's ban out this Akali. That might go towards Horizon. We talked about the different dynamic that he brings to the table, but first let's look towards the blue side pick, which is going to be the Jace that can be flexed again in 3 different players on the side of RQ. Now, FLA can decide to either get the set, the Galio, the Senna at the bot portion of the map to make sure that Danny has a really, really nice dual lane, and you got the utility being taken away from Marky, forcing Marky into that Morgana pick that we usually see as the second best if the Senna has been taken.
Yeah, but right now Senna is still open, but interestingly enough, now RRQ going in for Jace and FENNEL Adversity going in for Set. In Game 1, Game 2, we were looking for these champions, and now it has been locked in. Now FENNEL Adversity is waiting on that second pick. What would that be here for FENNEL?
It's gonna be the Lee Sin! Wow! They're gonna secure that for Doming. Interesting though. So does that mean RRQ is gonna take the Senna Galio here by any chance? Is this the time where we get to see the Olaf just because it's unlocked for the very first time? Because there's so many choices now because of the adaptation of that Fiora ban this time around. But of course, Infi, the Rakan! We haven't seen the Rakan in a while! Rakan has been so iconic on Exocen, and of course Helios in the mid lane. So this is gonna be a flex pick on the side of Devil J, or rather on the side of RQ.
Yeah. And it's interesting, right? How with Helios playing Rakan for the first time that we've seen in the prior days, now this changes things up. But with the Morgana pick here, is this going to be a Morgana Rakan bot lane and then Jace mid lane? That is the question that needs still to be answered.
There's still a lot of mystery on the side of RRQ, and for FLA they have the 4-1 split push configuration also just to match the potential Devil J can bring to the table. We're seeing, oh my gosh, Infinity, this is the game. This is where FLA says, okay, RRQ 1 game away from getting into match point to win the grand finals, to win that playoff spot in the WCS finals. So let's bring up this different scenario where Danny is going to be on a traditional AD carry, and we're going to build around that.
Yeah, and now RRQ needs to ban away Lulu and potentially Galio. In FENNEL Adversity, I like how they did this. They ban away Kha'Zix because now what will Chaz pick up? With Riven being an option for them, I feel like FENNEL Adversity could ban this away as well.
What would be the second best option if a Lulu is banned? What is the best enchanter next? I think a Nami would suit a Kaisa as well, just because, you know, similar build path to a Lulu, you provide heal, provide a big tidal wave to make sure and see if you can peel for the entire squad. So FLA still big respect on the side of Helios still, because FLA can still decide to go for a different route and not put a rise on a champion that is there to negate kills. Instead, bring him on like a Diana or something that is able to initiate for the team.
Yeah, and they're going to leave Riven open. As you stated, they have the siege respect onto Zed, because if it is left open, Zed could pick him, or RRQ could pick that up. Now, Singe ban away by RRQ is also a surprise here, Riku. Do you have any thoughts on this champion? What is its importance in this game 4?
What if, listen to me, what if it's a Morgana Caitlyn lane on the side of RQ? What if? Because they've seen the Kaisa. Kaisa is so short range. You're going to get bullied in that lane. And without the Lulu, without any of other champions that can try and help you wave clear at the bottom portion of the map, what is your choice? So we talked about Diana right on a rise. And if ever RQ pivots Helios into that Rakan, it's going to be a Caitlyn Morgana lane. Danny cannot survive, I feel like cannot survive the laning phase if he's paired with a support that can help him wave clear. Second, if there's going to be a lane swap happening. So I am curious if the Caitlyn's going to come up. I know I'm so excited for this, but we could still see, you know, the usual Morgana Rakan lane. You know?
Definitely. But no, they're going for Galio. They're going to remove this champion from Rafi. And now, as you stated, it's the Rakan mid lane. They're going in for a team fight composition with Galio, Morgana, Rakan in the same draft. And the Aurelia being locked in, so an expected Jace or Aurelia top lane for RRQ.
I like this adjustment, right? Because you know that Galio, or rather you know that what do you call this? That Galio is such a good pair with the Diana pick on Arise, so you want to take that away. And we talked about wave clear. What are there champions that can provide wave clear with Kai'Sa? Maybe the Gragas barrel roll, maybe the Winds of War Galio. That's not available there. Instead, they're going to decide for a safer route with big disengage because you need that. And the fact that they have 4 melee champions on the side of RQ, it's going to be so easy to put the passives in and make sure that people are put in their place. But the laning phase is what I'm most worried about. I mean, Braum is one of the best combos you can have. We've seen it even towards the Icon series. We've seen it towards C champs. Braum is one of the best combos for Kai'Sa to make sure that Kai'Sa is safe. But still a tad worried. There's just so much dive potential on the side of RQ that I'm afraid Danny may not see the light of day. The light of day of the laning phase, rather.
Yeah, definitely. Like Morgana, just Dark Binding, Exosen with Taunt, and Justice Punch. There's a lot of CC that can stack on top of each other. The Braum will not be that tank that can just wreak havoc in the early game, right? But remember what we talked about in the prior series. When it comes to that all-bruiser composition, when it comes to having that melee matchup, having a Braum in your team has so much value because the passive can proc that easily.
We'll see if that's going to be coming into fruition because we saw how FLA, or rather both of these teams, fight it out later at the third Dragon fight. But, you know, Horizon and Devil J have a different story.
Yeah, early game matchup. The Flash is going to be burned! And Devil J gets the first blood, a solo kill in first 30 seconds in this game 4.
What a way to open our game 4, Infinity. That is usually when 1v1s happen at the top side, at this stage, you get only summoners burnt. But a first blood in a game where we see first bloods in the 10-minute mark, that is a big change in our series.
100%. And not just that, it was Devil J who got the first blood. And Phage in 1 minute into the matchup? How is Horizon going to be able to farm in the lanes? How is he going to have prio in this disadvantage?
Yeah, he's feeling it, Infi. He had that MVP, is able to shine through in the Fiora pick earlier, so he's feeling it. Topside though.
Yeah, Lee Sin with that early roam, that is important for FENNEL Adversity to alleviate some disadvantage, but in the same manner, you have Chaz. He's roaming into the mid lane, pushing Arise back.
Yeah, that's the weakness of a Rakan lane, right? Like, you don't have a lot of wave clear to begin with, so for Chaz being able to help out, get a bit of that wave stabilized because you're up against a Diana who's... Wait a minute. Arise is so low, it's like half HP already.
Yeah, because of the... I feel like the pressure from Chaz and Helios just a while back, but maybe a different perspective here for FENNEL Adversity. But regardless, he goes back, he retreats, he buys this item to pathway for the Roa.
Yeah, more sustainability, more health, making sure to survive after you go in. Because it's not like you have a Lulu with you. It's not like you have a Rakan with you who's able to join you once you dive in, right? So this is something that Arise needs, that survivability and more HP, especially at the team fights later after that Moonfall.
Yeah, and Devil J, just look how he freezes the lane towards himself, let the wave clear the wave of Horizon. And now that will further up the lead of RRQ and topside in the weak side of the matchup. We're in right now, it's currently almost 1,000 gold lead for Devil J, having 600, 700 gold lead already up against Horizon.
Yeah, this is really good because they know that FLA always roams someone from the bottom lane, either Danny or Raph. But in this case, since Danny is not on a utility champion like a Morgana, like a Senna, they know that first backs from FLA, someone's gonna roam topside, someone's gonna try to alleviate pressure, burn a summoner spell or two, and that's why Devil J, just as you mentioned, was trying to freeze the wave, making sure that 2 birds and 1 stone, denying farm away from Horizon, plus making sure he's safe and making sure he's not gonna get surprised by any sort of funny business from Raph.
Danny Rafi going for the flank against Marky, but that Black Shield gonna give a lot of safety for Marky to go back away. And that's the thing, right? We talked about how Devil J got the advantage in the early game. Now that forces FENNEL Adversity to roam top and roaming top will leave your bottom lane open. So that's the cost of having so much deficit the first minute into the matchup.
Yeah, it's super important, especially when Devil J gets to join these fights. That numbers advantage, or rather that gold advantage, is going to be felt a lot. And we know how Jace has been, as a champion, has been performing so well in every single role. Well, not necessarily, not support, but you know what I'm talking about, right? Like from mid lane to jungle and to top, this champion has been dealing. It has been a good source of really, really good scary damage, especially towards the mid game. So for FLA, they got to be careful of Devil J.
Yeah, because it has poke and it has bruiser potential. It can go melee, it can go long range. And that's really just the power of having Jace in your lineup. You don't know what you're gonna get. And having this leeway and having this flexibility, now RRQ is just going for the Infernal Drake confidently. Right a while ago, they're not going for it, and they're waiting for FENNEL Adversity to start it.
Well, there we go.
Yeah, and that kick coming from Lee Sin gets the trade from FENNEL Adversity that they're looking for. Make it 2 kills as Devil J is already down. FENNEL Adversity going through to secure more kills. But instead, it's RRQ going for the counter engage. Gets 3 kills from that fight. It's even level playing field with 3 for 3. But RRQ got the Infernal Drake.
Yeah, they're able to get not only the dragon, and for the first time ever, FLA trying to contest that objective. And you saw Helios's damage once the electrocute kicked in onto Danny, right? It was just like a pop of a pimple. Danny just disappeared off the face of the earth. Well, in this case, face of the rift. So Helios, even though let's just say he's on utility, once he deals those sequence of skills, because his AP ratios, once he builds like AP, is just so huge. And the fact that FLA has a lot of squishy members. We're talking about Arise. Well, on paper, yes, unless I'm sure he's going to build more of that tanky route. Danny, in particular, is going to be so vulnerable against Helios because so short range, Kai'Sa's going to kill her instinct forward, so he has to be careful of that Rakan whenever FLA is going for these team fights.
Definitely. But first of all, Riku, you... Pimple.
Yes! Sorry.
But right now, let's focus on the game. It's RRQ now going for the Rift Herald. FENNEL Adversity still doesn't have a trade in objective, and now it's Exosen going for the taunt. Has the Raffi locked in onto the ground. That's 1 man down for FENNEL Adversity. Moonfall already forced. Exosen very low. But look at Devil J going into the back lines. Devil J uses up the Hex Blast to go back to safety, and Dominic just jumps in to secure the kill. It's a 2-for-1. FENNEL Adversity has the advantage, but Chaz and Marky just wrecks havoc into the back lines. Gets 2 kills from FENNEL Adversity. But still, it's Doming securing the trade that they need. It's a 4-for-2 trade in favor for FLA.
My god, that could have went disastrous. Chaz got a double stun on Doming, and as well as I believe Arisen, but unfortunately, you know, at this point of the game, especially at that angle, you're gonna get tower hit. So therefore, you can't exactly have that, you know, dual potential, 1v2 potential. It's still early into this game. Chaz still does not have that ability to do so. But first of all, 401 towards Doming at this point of the game. It's the complete opposite, by the way. It's already 7 minutes and we already have 2 digits. 14 kills on the board. This is going to be a very spicy and highly aggressive, you know, game that we're going to have for Game 4.
Yeah, it's a good change of pace. Because remember, right, we talked about before this Game 4 started, wherein RRQ has so much adaptability from Game 2 and Game 3. You want to go late game? We're going to go late game.
Yeah, they are. They are matching the playstyle that they have. I mean, it works so well. They have Doming here on the Lee Sin. They can play more aggressively. We've seen, even during C Champs, we've seen late game scaling carries like the Kai'Sa put up what do you call this, join fights early, like early dragon contest, early rift herald contest, and that's how you feed the Kai'Sa. You let them join the fights instead of waiting for scaling. But this is late game insurance. But you can also do this route by forcing fights, feeding your AD carry. On the other hand, you know, they got Doming on the board here, so you can imagine Doming to be extra aggressive because he has the lead. You want to use that lead to further your lead.
Yeah. But with that 401, you also have that gold bounty. So that supports the statement of, you know what, not going for the aggression right now, considering how much he has in his pockets. But with those kills, with the amount of assists, with the amount of fights that he was able to participate in, he now has the Yuma's Ghostblade, and he's building towards the Trinity Force. When he unlocks that, he's gonna deal so much damage. But before that, we have a fight into the bottom lane wherein once again, Horizon falls in the hands of RRQ.
Oh my, that's a 4v5 situation. And looking at the ults, only Chaz's ult has been consumed. So RQ is so prepped to fight if FLA decides to do that.
They have to give it up. They are at the numbers disadvantage. And remember, the playstyle for FENNEL Adversity is a 70 to 30 win-loss chance when it comes to team fights and when it comes to contesting objectives. And this is not definitely a 70-30, as right now FENNEL Adversity gets a pickup, Glacial Fissure to follow up, and Exosen is just gonna walk away to safety. But FENNEL Adversity pushes into the back line, so the Rise getting the kill of the Devil J.
That was FLA looking for a fight. RQ wanted to see if they can retaliate as well, because okay, you're challenging us in our domain, we're gonna do that as well. But at the end of the day, Arise is able to land a very, very good Moonfall and set up for these. And don't forget again, Taming is in the lead. So let's take a look at that fight again. It was Exosen trying to initiate a fight, but that Moonfall dragged Devil J into that river, and therefore he's very squishy. FLA, focus target.
Rafi, Danny, top lane, going for a fight. Exosen, Hero's Entrance, not gonna connect onto anyone, but Aurelia just finishes Danny off, even under the turret. 2 summoner spells already down. Dark Binding followed up by Marky. This is huge as Helios comes through with a quickness and a grand entrance. Knocks up onto Rafi, and Rafi falls. And Chaz is now popping off. 2 kills already in that fight. And now Horizon comes through into the fray. FENNEL Adversity goes for the counter engage, but Exo sends the front lines once again.
Oh my god.
And Chaz is just eviscerating FENNEL Adversity as they take 3 kills away from FENNEL.
Yeah, that's the cash-in. Chaz was able to get, what, 3 kills? I mean, it's still not over. Exosen has no flash whatsoever, but I don't think FLA can catch up to him. Okay, first of all, RRQ, oh my gosh, they were able to eliminate Danny and Raph, but they had to consume so many flashes to commit to the fight. I think mission accomplished here on the side of RRQ, because the kills all went towards Chaz, which is something that they also needed to give kills, again, because looking at their damage sources, Marky is not consistent. That's just a Tormented Soil where you can just leave. Helios, after dealing a lot of his skills, he's just gonna wait for his cooldowns before he goes back up again. So Chaz is really is so needed for RQ to get him on the board. So I think this is fine. Even though there are shutdowns towards Horizon, I think this is fine for Chaz.
Yeah, it's worth, because Danny fell. And if Danny falls, FENNEL Adversity's late game is gonna be hindered. But right now, RRQ knows that FENNEL Adversity is hiding on the bush, and they're setting that Rift Herald, and FENNEL Adversity is on a pinch. They have to contest. They lose a lot of these objectives. They lose Rift Herald once more. This is gonna be crazy. Horizon now starting this fight as RRQ secures the Rift Herald. This is what they were looking for. Then FENNEL Adversity loses Horizon, loses Rafi, and Arise will fall in the hands of RRQ as RRQ gets the ace.
That's a clean slate. That's an ace, just as you said, Infinity. And they're able to get the Rift Herald. They're able to get more kills on the board. And the only kill in that fight is Helios. Marky managed to get a couple of kills, 17 seconds for FLA to come up on board. Are they going to think to get the inhibitor tower? Do they want to get this? They can.
They will. The Rift Herald spawns like right in front of the inhib turret. As it falls, and RRQ will open up the mid lane. A lot of pressure consistently in every single matchup. And now FENNEL Adversity is on a pinch in this game 4.
Yeah, let's take a look at that again. It was Horizon. He had a really good face breaker, really good haymaker, but at the same time, people were fed. Chaz had early kills from earlier, and the fact that their positioning was everyone from FLA was pretty much trapped in that pit. It just encourages RRQ even more. It benefits, rather, RRQ even more, because everything from them benefits these closed spaces. Especially, most of them are melee. They want to get close. If you're compressed in a single area, it just works. It works for them so well.
Yeah, and now Devil J has 4 items in his inventory. Chaz, 3 items, but that is 1 Triforce and BRK. And remember, in patch 3.1a, this item has increased when it comes to the gold purchase. So Chaz is just so rich. Devil J as well is rich in this game number 4. And if FENNEL adversity doesn't stop them, RRQ can win this game 4 and get to match point.
Yeah, 10k gold lead already on the side of RRQ. Yeah, 3 stack
Vanguard
daggers.
onto a rise, Moonfall going to force
my.
that counter engage, but FENNEL adversity is stuck in this fight. The pin down and Horizon will fall, followed up by Rafi. That's double kill for RRQ, and they secure a tier 2 third bot lane.
Yeah, this is 20 seconds, 30 seconds for Horizon and Raph to come back to life. This is them having a lot of space to see if they can dive some more.
Doming, Sonic Wave onto Exosen. Not enough though to get that punish. Danny is stuck. He CC'd and Horizon will fall. Now it's Lee Sin going through and through, but 2-man defense. Not going to be the best case scenario for FENNEL adversity. They have their retreat, and RRQ is happy with that push in bot lane.
Crazy fight. Crazy aggression from RRQ. Look at them. The bot lane tower is so close to dying as well, and this is the space, the lane pressure that they needed to get the Baron and close out the game. Remember, RRQ, you talked about this early, we mentioned this before. They're after, if they win this game, and it's looking to be like they can with this gold lead and the dragon lead that they have, they're gonna be match point to winning the championship title, and as well as earning that straight ticket to the WCS Finals playoffs. That is a huge deal.
And winning this grand finals will declare you the strongest team in the Philippines. Let that sink in for a couple of seconds there. The greatest team in the Philippines.
That's huge. Look at them. They want to engage.
But
that's going to be a no.
Yeah. FENNEL adversity is playing very safe. They have to. And Rico, how did we come from 3 games of 20-minute matchup of single digits and every single matchup in every single game to a 15-minute matchup with 30 kills already?
This is what happens when FLA picks up a traditional AD carry, which is on Danny, where they want to put kills on him. And this is what happens when RRQ builds a double engage comp with a Galio and a Rakan, and knowing the fact that, you know, Chaz wants to get these early game kills to make sure that Danny doesn't scale comfortably into the late game. This is what happens. This is the math. It checks out. Now RRQ is poised to win this. Now they need to close this out cleanly. FLA, of course, won't go down without a fight.
Yeah, and FLA is currently on a precipice. They have to do something else, because if RRQ just goes for it, the Dark Binding will force the flash of Rafi, and that will lose them a lot of the summoner spell advantage. And while we're talking about that, it's Devil J just split pushing the bot lane. And this has to be something that FLA has to defend.
Yeah, this pressure is just going to force FLA to invest more members, meaning no Baron people to try and contest this one.
Now it's Horizon. Through and through, but if Chaz going in front, top of the hill, Rafi is already down. FENNEL adversity loses one of their members, make it be second, as Horizon is stuck between 4 members, and RRQ takes 3 kills, and FENNEL adversity is opting to back away, and RRQ is going for the kill. They're hunting their prey, they're being the predators here for game 4, and with Doming the last one alive, RRQ gets the ace, and RRQ will be in match point.
Their match point in this grand finals, RRQ from the very first game, and now up until game 3 rather, where we've seen very slow games, fighting only towards the 3rd dragon. But it's now the complete opposite. We're seeing so much action. We're seeing where RRQ thrives, and now with match point, this momentum is incredibly strong on their side.
Yeah, and RRQ is just playing on the weakness of FENNEL adversity. Poke and pick up composition. And if you do this, if you pressure Doming, if you pressure Danny and Rafi, this will be the downfall of FENNEL adversity. And they did just that. Their early first blood just changes things up for RRQ.
It's all started with that Devil J first blood. You know, I think that was the one that set the tone of this game. Like, we usually get our first bloods at the 10-minute mark, but no, let's not do that. Let's keep fighting. And this is what happens when you have double engage Helios and Exosen tag teaming, and you know that you have a lot of damage. And we talked about this before. If you have a Kaisa, or if you have during C champs, what a lot of the SA teams would do is that they'd rotate a Kaisa and join the fight, and then that's how they get fed. That's how you accelerate the Kaisa game, not waiting for that late game scaling potential. It's insurance, but you want to get it early. You can get it early. The problem is, all the kills went to Doming. All the kills went to Doming and not on towards Danny. So versus that, of course you versus a Chaz who's on Aurelia, who can deal a lot of damage. And this was the play, right? They forced a lot of flashes on RQ's side because they want to get Chaz fed. And even if he died, even the shutdown gold went towards Horizon, that's fine because it's on a set, not towards Danny.
Definitely. And when we're looking at this game, right before this, we were in discussion. Hyperscaling champions, and Kaisa is part of the list. But can you really hyperscale where in your enemy team, Chaz has 16k gold in 17 minutes? And to follow that 15k gold for Devil J in similar manner. It's just too hard to scale in that aspect of having such a huge disadvantage with 12 kill deficit in 17 minutes into the matchup.
Yeah, that was the worry, right, for the side of FLA. Like, will Danny be able to scale? Will Danny be able to survive this all-in competition? And the answer is no. And Devil J is the Globe prepaid player of the game, where getting that first blood set the pace, set the momentum in that game number 4.
Yeah, and that punish from Horizon was enough to change the tides once again in favor of RRQ. And Set being that frontliner for FENNEL adversity to help defend, to help peel for Danny will not be enough thereafter because there is no gold for Horizon to be able to scale, to buy some items to increase his defense up against the power of RRQ.
Yeah, his presence at the top portion of the map, being able to, you know, unlock the 4-1 split push in whatever champion Devil J has, as long as, especially if his team is in the lead, because he will not have any worry at all with a 4-man that they have. Like, okay, I'm not even gonna buy any enchants whatsoever because I'm fine. My team is gonna be fine. They don't need me to be on teleport. I don't need proto belt. It's gonna be fine. So I love this coming from the side of RRQ, and I think that's the biggest problem now that FENNEL adversity has to address. How can they deal with Devil J? They swapped out Calm to Horizon now at the top portion of the map, but it seems that they're still struggling at this moment.
And this is the strength of RRQ. We talked about in the discussion of what are we going to see, what are we going to expect between both these teams in the grand finals, wherein RRQ has a lot of tournament experience. Exosen, Kaigu, their support and their coach are one of the winningest individuals domestically presenting in the international stage. And being on the same lineup gives you the foundational knowledge and adaptability to be able to adjust on the fly up against FENNEL adversity. And that they did perfectly, flawlessly, and they're now on match point. They're now on the advantage up against FENNEL. If FENNEL doesn't do anything to match that up, they might just lose the opportunity for the championship title. Once again, I'm Infinity and this is Riku. We're gonna take a short break. When we come back, it's match point for RRQ.
They've been trying for too long, but they could never stop me. They could never stop me. Don't they know that I'm too strong? Nothing's gonna stop me. Nothing's gonna stop me. So don't get in my way. The dams are about to break. I don't care what they say. I'm more than they can take. But they don't see the struggle in my mind. And I just think of stopping all the time. But I can't. I'll make my journey through the hellfire. I'll just tear down another empire. Never hold me back, hold me back. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut. determination on my side. Nothing's gonna stop me, nothing's gonna stop me. They're telling me to run and hide, but they could never stop me, they could never stop me. So don't get in my way, the dams are about to break. I don't care what they say, I'm more than they can take. But they don't see the struggle in my mind, and I just think of stopping all the time, but I can't. I'll make my journey through the hellfire, I'll just tear down another empire. Never hold me back, hold me back, 'cause I'm a juggernaut. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut.
Whatever it takes, wherever it takes me, I'm never gonna stop, no, no. Whatever it takes, wherever it takes me, I'm never gonna stop, no, no. Whatever it takes, whatever it takes me, I'm never gonna stop, no, no. Whatever it takes, whatever it takes me, I'm never gonna stop, no, no.
I'm never gonna stop, no, no. I'll make my journey through the hellfire, I'll just tear down another empire. Never hold me back, hold me back, 'cause I'm a juggernaut. Whatever it takes, whatever it takes me, I'm never gonna stop, no, no. Whatever it takes, whatever it takes me, 'cause I'm a juggernaut.
I can't help myself, and I really wanna show you that I wanna get to know you. Believe what I told you, and I can't help myself. When I look into your eyes, I see you don't wanna fight. There's no need to stop trying, because I'll never give up on you, even if that's what you want me to do. Give me a chance, 'cause I know I can prove. Baby, the last thing I want is to lose you. And I can feel the pain inside of us, and I know I can change for your love. Oh baby, I don't mind, 'cause your love's so hard to find. I wanna make it right. Every last bit of my heart I give to you.
Welcome back, everyone, to WCS Philippines, wherein RRQ is now in match point, a potential last game in the series. And Riku, this is such an exciting moment. Game 1 to Game 3, 20 minutes games. Game 4, 17 minutes matchup.
Yeah, that's usually where RRQ thrives, right? And you said it yourself, match point. They're one game away from taking the WCSPH championship title, one game away from their ticket straight to the WCS finals playoffs, and that's super duper important. We've seen last year at C Champs where it was a long journey from play-ins to the group stages, to the regular, to the playoffs rather, and of course you want that straight ticket to secure your spot into the WCS finals playoffs. So this match, this grand finals match, is such a big deal, and RRQ, I feel like they can taste it. You know, it has been games in a row where they've been feeling the momentum, no matter what type of game it is, whether it's a slow-paced game, fight until third dragon, or just pure chaos at the beginning, at the first first few seconds of the game, we saw first blood. RRQ just fits. They are able to adapt so well and so comfortably.
Yeah, and FENNEL adversity at the moment is now giving in to the chaos of RRQ. We're seeing them go for these fights. We're seeing them go into these rumbles against RRQ from game number 4. They have to do something. They have to change something. But RRQ consistently adapts from game 2 to game number 4. And now they are on the edge, one game away for RRQ in taking the series win.
Yeah, it's so close. And what are the adaptations? Because FENNEL adversity already adjusted. They drafted something, not exactly completely out of their element, but something that they haven't done in a while. Because, straight games against UDG last Friday at the upper bracket finals, it was Danny always on this utility, something that can help the rest of the squad. But now it was a lot of pressure on Danny on this Kaisa. So will we see the same iteration? Because now it's come in and Horizon out, back in the bench. So we'll see what the dynamic is gonna look like. Are they going for default? Are we gonna be seeing slow games?
Yeah. Yeah, that begs the question, right? From what we've seen from game 1 to game 4, everything is different. The lineup, the draft, the timings, the chaos are all so different. FENNEL adversity in the beginning, right? They were trading objectives, they want this. But in game number 4, they were contesting objectives in the early game. There was such a huge contrast between every single matchup that right now in game number 5, there's such a mystery in this matchup with RRQ and FENNEL adversity. The side selection as well is a mystery. Is FENNEL adversity now going for blue side once again on what they did in game 1 and game 2? Or is RRQ going for blue side? Right? There is such a lot of these questions and mystery in mind for the grand finals here. But one thing is for sure. One win away for RRQ to take the championship title and be declared one of the strongest team, if not the strongest team in the Philippines.
I know they're just one win away, strongest number 1 team in the Philippines. And I mean, FENNEL, I'm sure they're gonna try and see how they can survive in this series, because when we look back at the WCS group stages, FENNEL is able to 2-0 RQ. But the difference would be FENNEL was able to face RQ when it was their first time with their new iteration where, it's Exosin in support, Helios in the mid lane, Devil J at top lane, because, that wasn't RQ's final form. They had a different iteration in their roster when they entered the WCS. So we'll see. Maybe that time RQ was still figuring out the cogs, figuring out how the system works with the new arrangement. But we'll see. It doesn't change how FLA still managed to defeat RQ 2-0.
Yeah. Right now, it's RQ on a win streak, 2 games in a row for the side of RRQ. We'll see how that will change up, because now it's FENNEL adversity once again on blue side, similar to game 1 and game 2, and RRQ is now on red with Ziggs, Fiora, Karma banned away.
There's so much to ban against RRQ, right? Because it's a 3 birds in 1 stone. You ban Fiora, you ban Devil J, Chaz, Helios, Champu. You ban Riven, the same thing. So at this point, what does FLA decide to ban? Is FLA this time around going to prioritize taking away the Galio at blue side pick? Because Galio seems to be the big key on RRQ's comp to enable high aggression, the high aggression playstyle that we know RRQ to be. So with this now Camille ban, will this be a first pick Jace for Arise, for Calm? Looks like that's going to be a yes.
Yeah, I was scared there for a second. I was like, Camille's still not banned away. If RRQ is just open, FENNEL can pick it up. But no, they're gonna ban it away. Huge respects onto Calm having his most played champion in the regular season. But now we're speeding into the draft. We're speeding into the picks. It's Jace for FENNEL, Varus for RRQ.
So Poke versus Poke. Poke is the response as well from RRQ. No Morgana this time around that we usually see towards Marky. No Senna, Gragas red side first pick, which is the usual response and the very safe, secure on the big 2v2. But we talked about the Galio Infinity. It's so incredibly crucial that RRQ gets this, because first off, FLA, will you get the Rakan here this time around? Because Galio Rakan is such a scary engage duo that you have to take it away this time around. I feel like that will be the immediate response of RQ.
But they could also go for Gragas Senna. They lock in onto Senna. We've seen this happen before. In FENNEL Adversity, can go for that route. And I was shocked when RQ picked up Galio, because traditionally, when you have Varus, you're gonna pick up Thresh, right? Because Thresh or Varus is one of the immobile champions in the Rift. But right now, RQ is looking for Galio. And as we expected, FENNEL Adversity going for the Senna Gragas as their dual lane.
Yeah, Senna Gragas. I looked at the Akali pick. I like this because you still, again, do not know if this is a Helios Akali or a Devil J Akali. In the meantime, though, will FLA still ban out the Rakan? Something that I like from FLA, they prioritized the Gragas because Braum wasn't exactly working out for them. So they needed something, they needed another amazing disengage, which is going to be the Gragas. Gragas also provides engage with a body slam, so I think this is a really nice pick nonetheless for Raph, or maybe even towards a Rise. This can still be flexed.
Yeah, it could still definitely happen, because when we're thinking about the Galio and Varus, more expectedly, we have a Galio Bruiser for RRQ. So if they go for that tanky route for a Galio from the bottom lane, Rakan could go through. And with Helios building onto a Rakan, he goes for Ludens, he goes for Rabadon's Death Cap, a one-hit KO type of champion for RRQ. So that definitely could pull through. But right now, when it comes to bans, Lee Sin set banned by RRQ. And for FENNEL, Kha'Zix removed on the table for Chaz.
Curious to see if the response coming from FLA, will the last two picks be tanks? Because we know that the answer to double assassins coming from FLA in the first few games that we saw is to build tanky, to make sure that you deny kills. So Garen and Darius are open for the taking if they desire to do so. It does fit if they want to put it at mid, and here we go. RQ is getting all their best picks into one big yummy plate in the draft. Riven for Chaz, if I'm guessing correctly. That could still be go to Devil J,
Yeah.
could go to Helios. Again, still so many flex.
Yeah, it's still a mystery right now. Now, Riven is such an annoying champion to play against, because you don't know specifically what RRQ will do with it. But FENNEL Adversity, they need a jungle that can damage. They need something to carry in other roles. And Rengar can do it, with Ari being the last pick of FLA.
This is it. This is strong arming. This is fighting fire with fire. Earlier, they were fighting water against fire by, sprinkling some water into the fire, making sure that assassins don't get a kill. Now it's fire versus fire, because double assassins as well on the side of FLA. So a lot of squishy members on both sides, on both ends. And this could get tricky, because that means we're gonna try to outplay each other. And who joins the field to assemble RRQ's all-in composition? It's gonna be the Aurelia.
It's like the Infinity Stones, right? Galio, Exosun, Riven, probably Helios, Akali for Devil J. Like, these are all pocket picks. These are all highlight picks of these players from RRQ. And they just formed that, and with one snap, this can be a win for RRQ.
Yeah, I'm guessing this, if I were to guess, I think this could be a Helios in the mid lane. Helios, of course, Riku. Riven in the mid lane. Because you have more mobility versus an Ari and a Rengar that can potentially gank you. So I think this is going to be a Riven mid. Yes, that's correct. A Devil J for the Akali. And then, of course, we saw how Chaz performed as the Aurelia. So why change that? He shines so much. So RQ has a ton of damage. They've got delivery system in check. Devil J dashing in, Chaz dashing in, Helios dashing in as well. You got Hold with a chain of corruptions coming from the Galio. But in the meantime, this is also a little bit of that similar scenario for the side of FENNEL Adversity, where they can get a pick. They got a lot of pick potential. You got the Charm, Bola Strike, a lot of funnel damage onto a single target coming from the Jace as well. So I can imagine this can be another angle that FENNEL Adversity can attack from, which they used against UDG back in the WCS group stages. So I think, they're very familiar with it. So no questions there.
Yeah, they have 4 bruisers for this game number 5. And right now, we're already at match point for the King of the Kings. RRQ 1 game away A lot at stakes for FENNEL adversity. A lot of situations to adapt to win against RRQ. Specifically that they are on a 2-game deficit right now in Game 5.
Yeah, they have to win this to keep their championship title, if ever alive, because we talked about FLA earlier, right? They've been in this place before, except they were at second place versus Team Secret at the Grand Finals, and they have been in an upwards trajectory. They have been, what, 8th place during the fall season, or rather the summer season, into 2nd place at the fall season, and now potentially, you know, nowhere but up. So we'll see how they're able to take this series back. And meanwhile, for RRQ, how will they be able to close out this game? Because you talked about this before, Infinity, you brought this up. All the iconic picks that all these players have on RRQ are there being used right now in this match point.
Yeah, it's such a scary situation right now for FENNEL Adversity. How are they gonna match up against this all-star teams with their highlight champions? RRQ right now is looking quite fantastic in the series, in this grand finals, and as you've stated, when it comes to the history of FENNEL Adversity, they were 2nd in fall split. Are they going to be 2nd once again here in the grand finals for WCS Philippines for 2022?
That's the biggest question is, I mean, this game can go either way, right? Because FLA can deny any possible fights with the explosive cast for disengage, so they can do the usual of trading objectives and then fighting at the Elder Drake. But for RRQ, they have a lot of capabilities of chasing, of re-engaging. The entirety of Devil J and Chaz and Helios, and even Exocen, they have so many ways to bait out key ults from the side of FLA and then re-engage. I wouldn't say that this composition from RRQ is very ult reliant, except for the bottom lane. They can keep going if they so desire to do so, because there's so much outplay potential on those 3 champions on the board.
Yeah, right? Helios can jump over the wall. Chaz can just jump in out of nowhere into team fights. Devil J has final execution or perfect execution in the 5-point strike along with the shuriken throw that can just put him in the fight immediately when it comes to that second fights. When it comes to the dire situations that RRQ has to just adapt into the situations, right? And as you stated, when it comes to Marquis, when it comes to Exocen, their ultimates play a huge role into those team fights. Where in FENNEL Adversity, yes, they can disengage with the explosive cast, but RRQ has a lot of these lock-ins, has a lot of these CC chain potential to match up against FENNEL Adversity. And just like that, right? The shuriken flip just has a lot of these close gap potential to close the distance.
Yeah, and they can do it all over again. It's not an ult, it's something that you hit and you press again. You don't have to wait for too long, like ult numbers, levels of long, to be able to re-engage. And that's the strength of RRQ's composition. They can try and bait out key ults, back away, go back in.
Right now, FENNEL Adversity starting to rift out, but RRQ is on the horizon. With the ward there, they have the vision, but FENNEL Adversity, they have to wait for Ari. Ari is too far ahead. Oh. Now RRQ jumps into the fight. The shuriken flip coming through. They're jumping back in, and RRQ will get the Rift Herald at the cost of Chaz's life. But at the same time, Calm is dead, Dominic is dead, and RRQ is collapsing against FENNEL Adversity. And now with the Rise, going for the flash. Might just be the double kill as Devil J will fall. This is a 3-4-3. Marquis is looking for another as Danny will get the piercing arrow right in front of his face. But Helios will secure another, as that was a 5-for-4 trade in favor of RRQ.
What was that fight? It was something that we haven't seen in this entire series, where 5 minutes we get an unofficial ace. And that is crazy coming from both of these teams. They were all playing out of their minds. You saw how Marky and Danny were 1v1ing each other near the mid lane. Let's take a look at that again. So, really nicely done by RRQ, because FLA wanted to leave. Really nice task as well for that delivery system. There's another fight, Infinity.
From Exocen, but that's Rafi, that's Domeng. Too tanky to be able to burst down, especially with only Varus there with the mana. Muni needs a couple of more items to be able to burst down enemy front lines. But right now, RRQ 5 kills. 2k gold lead, first 5 minutes into the matchup.
Question is, where did the kills go? Where did they all go? So now, on RQ's side, that's great. Devil J gets 2 early kills. On the side of FLA, that's also a good thing. They got it towards Arise. But looking at the rotations from FLA, Con is far away again. So this could be a very short 4v5.
RRQ, you can't do this. You can't get all the objectives. Don't be selfish. Give some to FLA. But the chain of corruption now connects onto Doming. Doming is very low. Blade of the Exile secures the kill. Helios is very low as well. Numbers advantage for RRQ at the moment. The route from Senna will give a lot of these time from FLA to counter-engage. Chaz is too deep in the jungle of enemy territory as FENNEL Adversity gets the 1-for-1. Both jungles down.
Okay, RRQ is definitely satisfied with that. Even though Chaz fell in battle, Devil J pretty much still alive. No cash-in coming from the side of FLA. So, you know, gold is still pretty much intact-ish on the side of Devil J. And as well as Marky, he's 3-1-2 at the moment. And the way that FLA played that clash in general is they got Raph and Calm circle around the long way to get a flank. And that's why Chaz was pretty much sandwiched. And we talked about how this is an all-in composition. RQ, when they go in, while yes, they have a lot of mobility to go out and reposition, if they commit to a fight, usually that's it. Because Marky is on a very low mobile champion like Avaris and Exocen as well. You want to stay in the middle of everything, so you will need a flash to try and escape that battle. But at the same time, you want to use flash to be aggressive with your engages for the side of RQ. They will heavily rely on Exocen for these big taunts.
100% that hero's entrance, that taunt, the Justice Punch. So much dependence when it comes to CC on team fights. And RQ has to look at that bot lane. What can they do? They're just waiting for Marky and Exozen to do something to be able to go all in. As you stated, their composition doesn't really state long team fight. So that's going to be an expectation here in the mid game as we're running into 8 minutes into the matchup. But even then, when it comes to gold, as you stated, it's even, but RQ has the Ocean Drake.
Oh, thought that was going to be another fight. They're able to get at least a couple of turret plates. Oh, engage.
There we go. Justice Punch immediately flashing over the wall. And Dom Meng, Summoner Spell burned.
That's so important for this Rift Herald, for the second Rift Herald of the game. That means Dom Meng's going to be so vulnerable. If he goes in, it's going to heavily rely on Wrath and Downey for the shields and the heals. He has no escape after that. So this is a really nice bait, or not a bait, really nice bait out of the flash rather, coming from Dom Meng.
Yeah. The RQ starting the Rift Herald, but look at that miss. That's a 4-man roam from FENNEL Adversity. And RQ has to respect this. Now Devil J coming in from the sidelines, from the mid lane into the Rift Herald pit. And they're gonna get it. This is their third objectives. 3 out of 3. 9 minutes into the matchup, they have everything away from FENNEL Adversity.
Yeah, because there's still no First Blood Tower up for grabs. So Calm decided to rotate. Instead, grab that bonus gold and give up that Rift Herald.
Explosive cast. Exosen going for 2-man taunt here.
Helios.
That hinders Arise and do anything in that fight.
Gosh.
Now RRQ secures Arise. It's now Calm.
Flank!
Being there, coming through. RRQ going for the fight. Chaz is already down. It's a 1-for-1. Wrapping to the backside, but Exosen in the front lines. Putting a huge space for RRQ to win that. And that will be the triple for RRQ.
That was so sweaty for both RRQ and FLA. I personally thought that FLA would have won that fight because we saw how Danny was trying to set up this flank. Like, surprise RRQ, we have the numbers advantage. But the target prioritization of RRQ and the way that they hold targets down, like, look at Arise. Again, he's the most fed member of this team. He's able to try and burst people down. But Exosen held Arise. Helios followed up with a stun. Yes, the ult coming from Chaz didn't hit, but it didn't matter because their most fed member from FLA is gone. There's literally no threat whatsoever anymore, and they're able to hold down Dom Meng, and FLA wasn't able to get any sort of exchange kills on that part. Now, Mountain Dragon.
Yeah, FLA wants this objective because so far RRQ has everything. Exosen close in getting that taunt onto Arise. may just state death for FENNEL adversity if they pull through. But now RRQ is going for the Mountain Drake.
Oh
It's
my God.
Dame looking for the steal, but RRQ still secures it. All objectives secured by RRQ. Exosun is very low, but FENNEL adversity doesn't have any follow-up. Dame is already down. Rafi to follow up. And it's RRQ having the numbers advantage. 6-11, 5 kills ahead from FENNEL adversity.
That's a 4K gold lead as well. Look at Marky. Is he trying to chase down Kong to see if he can snipe him out? Looks like that's going to be a no. Okay, they managed to get that dragon. Again, it's 2 dragons already. Their gold lead is slowly building towards them in their favor. And again, the stuns coming from Helios here when FLA is just joined together is just really, really good. Really, really effective to hold people down. And FLA wanted to secure a kill onto Exosen. That's why they were far forward and wanting to see if they can dive through, maybe finally get a kill on these fights. But no, Exosen is just too tanky, not only in the armor department, but also in the magic resist department. Remember, Arise is also one of the key threats here since he got early kills. He already has a Rabadons, and RQ, they're so mobile. They can just try to dodge the stun whenever Arise does that. So if ever that charm has to hit, something else has to hit first, like a slow. Like, I don't know, a slow from Raph somewhere else, because Devil J, Chaz, Helios, they're just so mobile.
Something has got to give. But RRQ is like the protagonist in The Matrix, just dodging all the bullets. But right now, it's RRQ being collapsed by FENNEL adversity, but the counter engage is flawless. Arise is very low. He gets killed by Exosen, but Ignite burning him down, and RRQ gets a turret in the mid lane. Now RQ is still pushing in. FENNEL adversity is on the edge. They're under their tier 2 turret with the Rift Herald pushing in. RRQ is there to punish, and they have to force the ult from Rafi to just kill the Rift Herald.
Yeah, really nice cast there to prevent a second charge on that mid lane. That mid lane is going to be so important because we're at the 12-minute mark. This is where important dragons, or rather, like the Baron's going to be spawning in 9 seconds already, so they need as much space as they need in this map, especially to get back into the game. Infernal Drake is going to be spawning soon, and that is FLA needs really badly because there's so much damage on the side of RQ, so they need to deny that away, and they need help, definitely, in the damage department, because that's Arise get early kills, but RQ knows their target prioritization. Remove Arise immediately, because he's the threatening champion player at the moment, and if you remove him, you will have no problems.
Yeah, and on top of all that, look at the enchants of RRQ. 4 stasis, 1 gargoyle enchant. How can you burst someone with all these defensive capacity to target and counter FENNEL's adversities, potential to engage, potential to gank, and potential to burst?
Yeah, exactly. Look at Devil J's items too. Banshee's Veil already completed, so that puts Devil J in a more aggressive situation.
Will miss. They have to disengage.
That's too close there. RQ feels it. Again, RQ is the type of team, when you watch them, you will feel, you will say, oh my god, oh my, they're going for it in a split second. They're very aggressive, especially when they're in the lead.
Yeah, and potentially one more team fight that can change the tides of this matchup. With Baron Nashor already alive, and Infernal Drake spawning in 20 seconds. We have emphasized this time and time and time again, that Infernal Drake has just so much value when it comes to Dragon buffs.
Oh!
Devil J sure can flip, coming through into the back lines. It's going in!
God.
Now Danny is just gonna get melted by RRQ. And once again, Devil J looking for the chase as Doming is very low. Girl the Hunt forced already immediately to go back into safety.
Yeah, that's 30 seconds without the AD carry, without utility, without the shields, without Dawning Shadow, without the miss. The body slam.
Good sidestep from Exosen. Will miss that opportunity to CC. But now Helios jumps over the wall. The flash, the stun. Helios, what was that? And now it's RRQ going to punish FENNEL adversity. Jungler is down.
They managed to scare off FENNEL adversity, and because the dragon, or rather, the jungler is down, they can make a beeline straight for this Baron, and they're looking to get more of these towers, and maybe, just maybe, even the game, the series, the championship title.
This team was 1 year in the making. This team never got through the playoffs last year, but right now they are showing their dominance and sovereignty in this grand finals. As they take the kill to Exocen, FENNEL Adversity is looking for that hope, clinging for that hope to win this. As Double J will die, it's RRQ with 3 man left to defend this. As Calm is very low as well, TPs are now coming through. Chaz has to retreat, Chaz has to go back away, but Chaz don't care. He's going back in, that's a trade. Now it's a 3-4-3. FLA clings for hope for a miracle run here in the grand final.
Yeah, that is still a Baron on the side of Helios, and Marky, 2 Baron buffs still, is able to survive that onslaught. Really nicely done by FLA to whittle down the people who have the Baron buff to at least not assemble a 1-3-1 configuration on the side of RRQ. Look at this, Helios wants to kill on Daming.
Helios, Daming coming through, jumping in. Going for the CC chain. Daming has to retreat. He's jumping. He's going for the grab. He's going back to safety. 2 mobile for Helios to catch up.
Yeah, the discipline coming from Helios for sure. He didn't have flash, so even if he wanted to go in and try to chase Daming, it's a bit risky knowing that Arise is still alive. So RRQ, they have a significant amount of lead. They've got a couple of Baron buffs on their side. Nah, that's still gonna be towards Arise. Yeah, don't. It's crazy. This is RQ prepped and ready to try and close out this game. There is still a big threat on the side of Arise for sure to be able to get a key charm.
Danny is there, but Double J sure can slip over the wall, going to safety. But Chaz on the other side of this map, RRQ will melt Calm. And now it's Chaz, very low though. Here's entrance, gets that magic shield up for Chaz to go back into safety, and RRQ got the tier 2 third mid lane.
They're able to maximize that Baron buff.
Sure! Charm. They're going in for Marky as Marky forces out the stasis entrance, but Exocen is very low already. Double J coming to the sideline, going for the flag. The shuriken flip, perfect execution with the 5-point strike. Will not secure the kill until Rise, but RRQ is looking for the finish. 1 year in the making from the lower bracket run. They're going here in the grand finals to make it onto top 2. Mid lane is open, top lane is open.
Yeah, this is still a bit risky for RRQ to overstay their welcome. Marky is super low, and the death timers can be incredibly punishing. They need to prep for this. They're satisfied for 2 of the lanes from FLA's base is open. RQ, I believe they want to try to finish clean by waiting for the not Mountain Drake, the Cloud Elder Drake to spawn first before anything else, because we saw how much damage Arise can still deal. We saw how Arise is still up for the challenge to rise into the occasion, to Proto Belt Charm, to Flash Charm, to do these aggressive plays to make sure that FLA still stays in the series.
We need to have a miracle happen for them. Because right now, lane prio, mid lane, top lane. It's a perma lane prio. The super minions in. It's FENNEL Adversity going for their last hope, looking to cling for that miracle play. As they go for the miss. Just the vision there on the bush. But Elder Dragon and Baron Nashor will come up at 13 seconds. The last team fight that can win RRQ the game, or FENNEL Adversity that can proceed into game 6.
Yeah, it's so hard for FLA to contest this Elder Drake. The first of all, the waves are marching down really fast, really thick. Party Brush?
RQ, don't do this. They're going for the flag. Vanguard will not connect. The charm will disable RQ for a couple of seconds, but Double J coming into the back lines. Going for the freaking flip. Coming right through. Hero's entrance. Goes for the 2-man knockup. Rafi is taunted. 2-man is already down for FENNEL Adversity and RRQ with the Elder Dragon alive and Baron Nashor available. They could punish FENNEL Adversity.
The 12k gold lead, there's a lot of death timers on the side of FLA. They're taking that Elder Drake. And we talked about this before. They're poised and ready to try and end this game. FLA is still trying to hold strong, but it doesn't change the fact that RQ has a humongous lead. All of the champions that must get the lead are having a ton of kills on the board and have a lot of necessary damage. Look at them. They're going to get this. No contest whatsoever.
This is so much true damage for RRQ. Ocean Dragon, Mountain Dragon, Infernal Dragon, and the Cloud Infernal Drake. Look at their movement speed. They're just speeding all throughout the map. And with a big consideration, the Wagriff map is very small. It looks like they have Nitros in their back just walking in the rift.
Oh yeah, for sure. But you can tell that RQ is still very careful. They wanted to get the Baron on the board. it's on paper with the lead that they have, it's supposed to be air quote a free Baron, but they're still worried. They're still worried that a potential steal might happen, even though they have so much true damage already on their side. They can try to strong arm, and we'll see RQ playing this patiently here.
But they're starting the Baron Nashor. They don't care. They don't have fear. The risk is little to none. Doming is down in the bottom quadrant jungle, and RRQ will get every single objectives in this game 5.
10k gold lead, Baron buff, and Elder Drake. They're poised to fight. They're poised to end the game. This is it. This is their moment, Infinity.
RRQ is looking for the finish. Their lower bracket run. They almost gave up in the playoffs. They almost had it done in WCS. But they are poised. They are ready to contest any adversity. The explosive cast though, it's now RRQ going for the engage. But RRQ will be your champions of Philippine WCS.
Oh my gosh, we have the #1 team in the Philippines, RRQ. What a way to finish this game, this series. They picked all their iconic picks that they're known for, that they're strongest has. Oh my gosh, the emotions coming from RRQ right now.
The miracle run from the lower bracket of the playoffs now to be the grand champions. To be the 5th in the regular season, RRQ has defied all expectations.
100%. Look at how they were so happy. You're right, this is such a crazy run for RRQ. We've known them back in the Icon series where they were they always have a very good and dominating group stage run, but when it came to playoffs, they would always fall short. But now it's a different story. You mentioned this, Infinity, lower bracket run, able to send a lot of the top teams home, and now they are the champions.
1 year in the making, RRQ built different. They practiced from all the splits last year, having 4th in the plays with preseason, summer split 5th, 6th, fall split 7th, 8th. But they're now here to conquer. They were changing things up. They had a lot of role changes. And right now, this is the perfect formula for the perfect victory of RRQ.
Yeah, this is their final form indeed. They said so themselves, and yeah, it has been a shaky run. It was the complete opposite this time for the regular season of the WCS. There were a lot of question marks for RRQ. Imagine, they finished, 5th place at the end of the regular season, and look at them now. After the roster changes that you mentioned, they look so clean. They were able to adapt from the slow pacing of FLA, and once they were able to pick up some steam, that's the time the RRQ that we've known ever since to shine in the last 2 games.
And in the beginning of the regular season, their WCS run was shaky to say the least. But right now, this is a different RRQ. This is the king of the kings that conquers it all.
I know. And what a way to end the series as well. Again, we talked about their iconic picks, like looking at them dancing around the map, just outplaying this very micro-heavy team composition that they have. We're talking about Akali, Irelia, and Riven. What a way to just really end the series. And not only that, win the championship title. And they also were recalling and stuff in front of the Nexus because they know they were about to win. And that's such an incredible performance from everybody in this series.
And Globe prepaid player of the game, Exosen, with the Galio that set the pace for RRQ to win this match.
There was so much pressure on Exosen in this especially in the entire season of WCS. They put him in mid and then put him at the support role, and he was able to adapt. And there was a lot of key factors when it came to this game as this Galio. He was that primary hard CC that was able to deter anyone that came close to, especially Marky, on a vulnerable champion. There were so many instances where he was so low, but still able to survive with the Shield of Durand and is able to taunt and hold people down, where the rest of RQ is able to finish the job.
Above adversities, above obstacles, and above criticisms, their miracle run has paid off. It's now safe to say that they are the strongest team in the Philippines.
I know, and it's so nice to see, right? Because we were talking about this yesterday, where you mentioned this actually, Infinity, earlier. You know, Coach Kaigu, and then Exosen. We've known these names from League of Legends PC that have already represented the international stage on League PC, but now they make a return of not only, you know, winning that lower bracket finals last time, but also winning that title of the best team in the Philippines.
I just can't believe it, Riku. I just can't believe it. There's just so much happening here in the grand finals. Every single game, every single matchup was different, and RRQ prevailed out of everything. Now, Riku, it was such an honor to be casting with you for the grand finals. That was explosive from both teams, and so commendable from FENNEL Adversity to be dominating in the upper bracket, but still here, they remain second. Once again, thank you, everyone. This is the grand finals, but don't go away, because after this short break, it's a panel discussing what happened in that series of a 4-1 in favor of RRQ.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
Pag pinanghihinaan na tayo ng loob, where do we go? We go where our power lies. With Go Plus 99. 8 gigs for all sites, plus 8 gigs for our favorite apps. Let's own the future with Globe Prepaid.
stop and refocus.
Ladies and gentlemen, your WCSPH champions are the King of Kings. RRQ win the Grand Finals versus FENNEL Adversity 4-1. What an amazing finals indeed. As we jump into our series highlights right off the bat, because there is a lot to unpack here. And of course, there is a lot more that we need to discuss, because this is our team. This is the team that will represent us in the WCS finals. And Autolus, just as a teaser over here, RRQ going into the WCS finals, I don't know, I'm feeling pretty good about our Philippine representatives here.
You have to. Again, when we talk about RQ, not only do they have strong solo laners, but they have what we call the experience already. So, in the international waters, at least for 2 or 3 guys for RQ, it's not new. It's nothing new. And against FLA, I actually just would like to commend FLA first before I move on to RQ, because they really showed that they would not hesitate to go for different composition. We saw in games number 1 and games number 2, slow and steady composition. They play their style. And game number 3, mixing it up. Game number 4 as well. Just putting everything out there, bowing out of the competition. Not really, giving an inch to RQ, but RQ just proved that they're the better team. Going back to my main point, their solo laners, again, Devil J and Helios is just so formidable. Not to mention that Chaz has been making plays on the Irelia. I saw Mr. Band's tweet that, hey, you know what? Irelia can actually be played in the jungle. Well, guess what? It actually was the finals moment, or the finals jungle pick for RQ, and it was very, very wonderful. It's very hard to target RQ right now in their current form, because almost everything works well for them. Crazy Apple, I know that this has been, a crazy best of 7, but what can you say about RQ? Because right now they seems to be more prepared.
So many things. Yeah, so prepared. So many things you can say about this team. The tremendous growth that they have shown throughout the season. They started out with, Exocen not knowing where he was going to be until he finally went to support. And as you mentioned, Autolus, it is going to be that Irelia flex. They have so many flex champions. Irelia, Riven, Rakan. Going into the international stage, this team is going to be so hard to draft against, just because of how many flex picks they can dish out. And you saw right there how hard it was for FLA to really figure out how we can outdraft this team. Because if you have that many champions in your pool, if you have players like Helios and Devil J stepping up in these kinds of situations, it's going to be super hard to figure this team out.
Yeah, and of course, this team, like you mentioned, Crazy Apple. Looking back at the very first day when we first saw RRQ on the regular season compared to now, the improvement has been absolutely astounding. And I just want to say I'm so relieved. I'm not cursed. I'm not cursed. I'm so happy.
I just would like to also add to the fact that the day that they decided to switch over Exocet onto the support was actually the day that they went against FENNEL Adversity. Game number 2, no practice, just YOLO, and we have come full circle, using the lineup that they used game number 2 against FENNEL Adversity to win the championship. So RQ, what a story.
Wow. That's pretty incredible. Lot of history indeed that was built right before your eyes here at the WCSPH regular season. And now let us welcome onto the panel, onto our interview segment over here, our champions, RRQ, representing the Philippines at the WCS finals.
Kalma.
Congratulations, Alvin. No, you guys deserve the celebration, of course. So, first question, recap lang natin yung final moments ng series na yan, yung final game. Nung nalaman nyo na nasa inyo na yung series, what was going through your minds?
Mahal ko kayo! Kumakanta po kami. Nag-vibing na po kami. Pero relax pa rin po kami. Yung emotion po namin, middle pa rin po. focus lang pa rin.
Sabi mo, recall tayo.
Sabi mo, recall tayo eh!
Dahil lang sabi mo.
So, tonight, how will you guys be celebrating? Ano yung plano nyo?
No!
It is a party in the RRQ bootcamp. Otolus, get in on this
Wow.
action.
Okay, so Chaz, meron kaming internal thing here in the panel or in the talents that we actually have the jungle weight division para sa best jungler. And you guys, actually ikaw mismo pare, you have proven that you are the best jungler in the Philippines. What can you say about that, pare?
Di ko rin po kasi in-expect kasi yung roster po namin sobrang dami pinagdaanan. Maraming roster changes kaya nung umpisa po, parang
Umiyak?
di ako yak ako.
Wala.
Sorry po. Ano, di po ako sure na best jungler ako. Jungler ako kasi ang hirap po mag-adjust pag yung roster changes, nag-adjust rin po kaya ang dami pong nag-show up na jungle. Pero ayun po, naging consistent lang rin po ako at pinatunayan ko naman po sa team ko na kaya kong maging independent.
Exactly. And I remember the first time that I interviewed Chaz, I told him, you know what, a lot of junglers have put him as the best jungler in the Philippines, and he was very humble back then. Sabi ni Chaz, I don't have any trophies yet. I haven't won anything, and the junglers are already putting me on such a high pedestal. But now, Chaz, you have proven you already have a trophy, pare. Congratulations, and I cannot wait to see you in international competition.
Thank you po.
Yeah. First of all, to everyone in RRQ, congratulations guys. Talagang sobrang ganda ng performance yun throughout the whole season, and you prove yourselves as the best team here coming from our region. I guess ang question ko na lang para sa iyo, Chaz, is you're gonna go into international competition against other Southeast Asian teams. Which region or sinong team ang inaasa mong makalaban or feeling nyo yung pinaka maging competitive na kalaban nyo?
Flash Wolves po at Team Flash. Ayun po.
Oh.
And Buriram siguro rin po. Buriram.
Undefeated team, yeah. That's only the questionable one for me. Congratulations guys, and talagang mag-celebrate kayo, enjoy niyo yung inyong pagpakapanalo.
Thank you!
Thank you!
Oh yes, and RRQ, now is the time. The floor is yours. If you have any shoutouts that you'd like to give, and of course, any victory celebrations that you'd like to give for all of your fans right now here on the broadcast.
Okay. Shout out po sa boss po namin, si Boss Ricky, Boss Nano at Boss AP, at saka sa buong RRQ po. And shout out rin po pala sa family ko, kay mama, papa, kay kuya, sa pinsan ko, sa mga nanonood, saka sa mga tropa ko sa labas. Di ko na kaya maisip sobrang dami. At saka sa girlfriend ko, shout out din po pala. Mahal kita. At wait lang po, saka po sa alalahanin ko lang pa. Kay Boss TG po sa Liab, shoutout.
Ooh, Coach TG.
At sa yan kay Yuri, yung lagi nang-suporta sa akin si Yuri, shoutout po. At saka sa inaanak ko kay Qeon Flore. Pati kay Ara, yan, mga yan. Dami. Sige po.
Shoutout kami!
Yeah.
Go ahead.
We
This
have
is your
time.
moment.
Shoutout din po sa family ko. Shoutout din po sa family ko. Pa-shoutout din sa mga tropa ko dyan sa labas. Yung Skidat, saka sa mga tropa ko sa LPC, shoutout din sa inyo. And sa mga relatives ko rin na sumusuporta sa amin, sa mga fans ko, sa mga tropa ko din, sa mga Wild Rift, yung mga friends ko dyan. And syempre especially sa girlfriend ko, mahal na mahal kita. Unang-una, shoutout sa ex ko. Kung hindi dahil sa kanya, wala ako dito. True up and down kasi laging nakasuporta po sa kanya. Balikan na nga, sabi mo. Tsaka, shoutout sa Skida, tsaka sa pamilya ko. Maraming salamat talaga sa pamilya ko.
na supportive sila. Yun po.
Oh, next. EXO.
Shoutout pala sa mga kaibigan ko dyan sa sa Taguig. Tapos yung mga dati kong ka-team sa LOL PC, yan yung Liab, yung Void, tapos yung Minetsky, tapos shoutout kay UDG Carl, tapos shoutout din sa family ko.
Shoutout nga pala sa family ko, sa mga tropa kong sumusuporta sa amin, sa mga Wild Rift na friends ko, sa mga kaklase ko na sa tuwa na lagi ako sinusuportahan din, tsaka sa girlfriend ko, tsaka sa mga K-Rebs din na lagi kong pinapanood tuwing pagkatapos lagi ng laban namin. Tsaka sa mga hindi naniwala, shoutout din sa inyo.
Shoutout po sa family ko. Tas shoutout rin po sa girlfriend ko, si Jazz. Sana ikaw naman yung mapanood ko mag-champion.
Best mid, best mid.
Yun lang, best camp.
Coach Kaigu.
Shoutout din dito sa mga kakampi ko. Salamat sa experience.
Shoutout sa family ko tsaka sa girlfriend. Shoutout sa family ko tsaka sa girlfriend ko. At tsaka syempre kay Hamis na rin. Tutuloy namin yung pangarap natin.
Passing of mantle. Let's go.
Siyempre, shoutout sa mga pamilya, sa mga tropa sumuporta. Tapos, shoutout kay Lan. Kahit puro kami kalokohan, hindi sumuko sa amin. Muntik lang! Tsaka ikaw Ames, inaabangan kita next date. Bibigyan ka pa namin, kaya bumalik ka, palakas ka.
Siyempre, shoutout sa family ko. Shoutout kay James EG. Tsaka sa Valorant team namin na nasa baba. Na sumusuporta sa amin. Tsaka shoutout sa iyo, Otolus.
Thank you.
Shoutout kay Revenga. Di na to. Nasa puso ko to.
Hindi na scripted.
Alright, congratulations RRQ. Is that everybody?
Yep.
Congratulations, you guys deserve this so much. Ladies and gentlemen, your WCSPH champions RRQ.
Club.
Oh wow, what a party
God.
RRQ.
They're so happy. They're just so happy,
I
confused.
think they've left and they've gone and celebrate somewhere in their food camp already. But yes, they do deserve it. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen. Just imagine, this was the team that actually, we're just gonna say it out here. Nobody in the talent pool here predicted that they would actually make it to the grand finals. And this is again the team also that since the summer season, the fall season, a crazy apple, during the fall season, the first day of the playoffs, and they got eliminated, and the first day of the playoffs here, they went to the lower bracket. This is pretty incredible for RRQ to claim this championship.
Yeah, it is. And I feel that this team has just shown a lot of growth. And I also love what Kaigu mentioned and the team as well. The passing of the mantle, as Otulus has mentioned, from James, from Team Secret here now to RRQ. They are also going to be representing our region alongside FENNEL Adversity. But I would also want to highlight the history between the players back in LoL PC. I remember the time, 2017, domestic competition, Exosen, Marky, Trevor, and James were in opposite sides of the rift, and they fought each other to be the representative, to be the champions of the Philippines, and now they're helping each other out to represent the country and to really bring the best out of each player. And just love how these players remain in contact and how much they mean to each other.
Yeah, it's really, you can really feel the sense of community, of course, and that these guys, they really do want the best for one another. And Otulus, you can really feel those bonds actually even transcend, of course, the game, the league, and even the rift, so to say. And I couldn't be prouder and even more amazed of this team right now.
Exactly. I mean, when we look back to their history, the Mindanao group stages during the summer season, in where their original members, I have written it down just to make sure. We have Chaz, we have Helios, and we have Marky. And then, of course, their coach there in Kaigu. And there are so many players that RQ did flip and flap And one thing to note though, Mika, I've heard that in Indonesia, Ulexite and also Hyde is going to participate in the upcoming regional finals, which are two former players of RRQ. So it does appear that 2022 is the year of RRQ, so we'll see.
It all seems to tie back to RRQ indeed. And it took them like the whole year to finally get this winning formula. But it has paid off in dividends indeed, because they will be your representatives. Congratulations as well to FENNEL Adversity. They will still be getting that chance to represent the Philippines in the WCS finals through the play-in. So please lend them your support as well, your never-ending support. And both of these teams, of course, in the upcoming weeks, we are going to see them go head-to-head against the best that Southeast Asia has to offer. Now, of course, just as a little bit of a teaser, I guess, to our WCS finals. Autolus, you first. I'm not sure if everybody was able to catch up to all of our neighboring regions, but who do you think RRQ's biggest challenge will be?
FLA. Just us.
I love it. I love it. And Crazy Apple, shifting the question a little bit, what do you think RQ's biggest advantage will be going into WCS finals?
I think their biggest advantage will be their solo laners. Helios and Devil J. The meta right now is really shifting towards the strength of the solo laners, and they can. I see their performance right now. I think it's world class.
Yeah, it seems to be all signs seem to be pointing towards RRQ here. So it is going to be really exciting indeed. That is happening in a few weeks though, so we're going to get a little bit of a break. But if you're craving for more Wild Rift action, you'll be happy to know that FSL Wild Rift Open 2 is back. And FSL Wild Rift Open 2 is an all-female tournament for Wild Rift, and this aims to empower women gamers through competitive gaming. Registrations have already started, and they will be ending very, very soon in just a few days. That's on April 13. So you can sign up as an individual or as a team. The tournament is happening from April 18 until April 21st, so just in time, just to make sure that you guys are all ready for the WCS finals. This is your primer. For more information on the tournament, check out the FSL Mobile Games Facebook page, facebook.com/FSL Mobile Games. And of course, to all of our audiences watching right now, we also do have a giveaway ongoing for you guys. Be sure to check out the PPGL Facebook page for this, because you can win an exclusive PPGL gaming chair that looks like a stormtrooper. Yes, Oculus did point that out to me before. And all you have to do is post a photo of yourself right now watching the PPGL WCSPH playoff stream. You have a few more minutes before we wrap things up, so be sure to get a nice photo over there. And make sure that your post is public with the official hashtags PPGL and PPGL Wild Rift. Explain in your caption why you love watching the WCSPH playoffs and which team you're rooting for. Well, there's only one option right now if you're referring to the WCS finals. Well, there's two options, of course, if you want FENNEL Adversity to make it out of the play-ins as well. And who knows, maybe we can carry on this PH versus PH finals into WCS finals. It's possible. Possible. We know how strong our teams are. I mean, again, just look at our playoffs, look at our top 6. This was incredible. This was so good, and I cannot be prouder, of course, of the Philippines in the Wild Rift scene. And Oblus, any closing statements for how just the whole scene looks like right now for our region?
It's a very stacked region, to say the least, because I looked at Wikipedia, trying to study in advance, and even in the play-in stage, competition will not get any lighter. FLA will have to go through so many strong teams just to get that top 2 spot to qualify for the C finals, and it's going to happen in the next couple of weeks. So less preparation, but I believe there will be less adjustments this time, because the patch 3.1 that was so big will no longer happen, I believe. Patch 3.2 will not be scheduled anytime soon. So yeah, more competition, more adjustments for every single team that will participate in the said tournament.
And a little bit of relief too, I think, for everybody. that thankfully there will be time to adjust to the Wild Rift as it is right now. Crazy Apple, what about you?
I think since there's going to be there's going to be a lot of time before these teams will be facing off again. So there's going to be a lot of times for them to take to watch VODs, to study each other. So at the start of the tournament, at the play-ins, it's going to determine which team will be able to really finesse their style or bring out new picks to really surprise the other team. So yeah, it's going to be a very stacked competition for sure. But at the same time, who will be the most flexible and adapt to the new changes to any patch that would happen, and also pocket picks would surely be the ones who really dominate the play-ins.
Well, stay tuned for that as WCS Finals kicks off later this month. And thank you, of course, to everybody that has made this event possible. Thank you to PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country. And thank you, of course, to Riot Games.
And of course, we would like to acknowledge our official mobile partner, Xiaomi. The hashtag Redmi Note 11 is equipped with 90Hz AMOLED dot display, making it possible for you to experience powerful and responsive gaming. Less waiting time with 33 watts per fast charging enabled by the all-new MMT technology, and a 6nm Snapdragon 680 for high performance while improving battery life. More information about the Redmi Note 11 is available at the Xiaomi Philippines Facebook page.
And you can have the best time in the Rift with Globe Prepaid's Go Plus 99. Get wild with 7 days of 8 gigs of data for all gaming apps, 8 gigs data for all sites, and Unli All Net text, so you can always be prepared to take up the challenge in the Wild Rift. Download the new Globe One app now to register. And of course, this tournament is under the supervision of the Games and Amusement Board. We have come to the end of yet another season here in Wild Rift Esports. Autolus, any final thoughts, any final words? Maybe you'd like to shout out.
I just would like to shout out the whole production team, the whole league operations team, everyone that really made this possible from the back end. And of course, to our viewers, huge shout out to you. We will see you in the C finals. Crazy, do you have any shout outs before we end the stream?
Shout outs. I also want to add shout out to the players. Shout out to the teams. We haven't been seeing the talents. Everyone who was part of this whole tournament. Just been such a wonderful experience. Just a wonderful tournament and so stacked. It's just so good.
No shout out to Joas, to Xs over here.
Okay, fine. If we're gonna do that.
Infinity and beyond, by the way, to that commenter that did say that I look like Buzz Lightyear. Not sure what.
Huh?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay. Well, yeah. If you'll allow me, shout out to my #1 fan, Jin DD.
There you
go. There you go. And of course, to the rest of our panelists and the English and Filipino casters, thank you guys so much for hanging in there. My goodness, 2 best of 7 series for this weekend. The WCSPH chapter is over, and now we turn the page and we support our teams in the WCS finals against all the other teams in Southeast Asia. And after Southeast Asia, you know what's next. It's time to take on the world. So on behalf, again, of everybody here, the entire production to League Ops, thank you so much for sticking with us every single step of the way. Stay safe, stay healthy, and we will see you in the Rift.
First catch on to Ninja 7, but he's going package comes across, but Kid's going down for prison. CWJ comes in massive.